We were all there, in the chair, in the room, the blackest nights in the moon. 4 people murdered in the night. My innocence taken, I'm guilty. I did not fight. You took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. I said it then, I'll say it now. I'm innocent, they blacked me out. I'm a fool, I'm a man, I'll never say I did it. I can't. She took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All friends. Smile for the camera, then it all bends. You know as well as I do, your time's coming down. Every fake little crown hit the floor now. Please go home, find a hobby, play your guitar, that might be your glory. You can't talk trash and call it tough when nobody's hearing you've had enough. Time to go home, have a nice day. Get out the way. Stop talking trash, nobody's listening. That same old act got no difference in it. Jeffy Lou, your time is up. Jeffy Lou, enough's enough. Jeffy Lou, go on, go home. Jeffy Lou, you know the tone. Typical unique, bring the case files in. Bronx Tales, yeah, we dig right in. They go in the True Crime Cafe. The last 24 make the lies give way. Pavarotti with the facts so clean. Harsh reality in the break room screen. Truth and transparency line by line. We tear the mask off every single time. No sleep, no praise, just cold hard days. Every missing piece gets brought to light. They spin the smoke, we cut the rope. If they bury truth, we bring it back tonight. Truth revealed. We don't bend, we don't kneel. Truth revealed. Justice moves when we feel. Day after day, we clear the haze. Truth revealed. We won't stop till it's real. Till it's real. Jules, true crime reactions, eyes on fire. Hildreth investigates, keeps the pressure higher. Amber Vance with the sharp lit frame. Travis T. Logic calling out names. Glitch DNA ripping through the noise. Every fake excuse gets drowned in the void. Idaho for Delphi, Karen Reed. So many shadows we expose the bleed. No sleep, no praise, just cold hard days. Every missing piece gets brought to light. They spin the smoke, we cut the rope. If they bury truth, we bring it back tonight. Truth revealed. We don't bend, we don't kneel. Truth revealed. Justice moves when we feel. Day after day, we clear the haze. Truth revealed. We won't stop till it's real. It's real. Truth revealed. Until the whole world knows what's real.
Alrighty, welcome back, all you beautiful people, and happy Monday. I hope you're all doing good. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you had a beautiful weekend, as you all deserve. It is great to be back with all you beautiful people. And jumping back into uh, the Idaho 4, we have some interviews to break down, a video to break down and review, and a discussion to have about some things. And I want to thank for those of you that joined us at Cafe Conspiracy last night. I know it was a little odd, but if you enjoyed it, I'm glad. If you didn't, my apologies. I promise the next one will be better. Um, it got late last night, and I think I got a little tired with it. So my apologies if you did not enjoy it. I will make it better the next time for you. I promise. So anyway, thank you for those of you that joined us there. Thank you again for those of you that joined us Saturday with Mr. Pavarotti, myself, Miss Kim from Typically Unique, Mikey with the last 24, Miss Logan with Bronx Tales. It was a great show. I enjoyed it greatly, and I'm looking forward to the next one this coming Saturday. We will be joined by Mr. Unique, as I like to call him, Miss Kim's partner, husband, Mr. Carlos, who has an opposing opinion than a lot of us in here, but he does it with grace and common sense. And I'm looking forward to having that conversation with him this coming Saturday. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we do at the Verdict Room, unfiltered. Great to see you all here again today. Please hit that like button, share this out, and you know what we're doing. Let's get this show started, guys. Here we go. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow
Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you today. Happy Monday. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're all doing amazing today. Hope everybody had an amazing weekend, as always. And I hope it just gets better through the week. Come on in, grab a seat, get off your feet, get comfortable, grab your cup, fill it up. Let's jump into this. We got some interviews to break down, as you all know. Um, Miss Kim was breaking them down today as well. A video I want to review and a discussion I want to have. So come on in and let's do it, please, and thank you. I will, at one point, pin the link up here. Right now, though, I do have a link pinned um, that I would like, if possible, for everybody to just take a look at. As we all know, Connor has been providing us many, many of these interviews and different things that he's been record requesting and all that fun stuff. And it does get expensive. We as creators don't make very much, and it's hard to get some of this stuff. And you know what they're doing over there, basically extorting everybody. So I think he asked for a little bit of help. Miss Kim put this out as well, and I would like to try to help him. Like Kim said, even if we all give $1, 100 people give $1, that's $100. So if we can help him just a little bit to keep continuing to be able to bring that stuff to us, guys, I truly think he would be beyond grateful. So even if it's a buck, every little bit comes together, it helps, guys. So let's see if we can try to help Connor to support him to keep things coming that direction, so we can get all these interviews and all the things that he's been reaching out for. It's definitely going to be helpful. So the link is pinned there for a little while. I'll leave that in there, and then I'll just go ahead and let it sit in the chat, and then I'll repin the link for anybody who wants to join me, as I do. But if you can help, please do. Definitely appreciate Connor for all he's done for us, and I want to keep showing that appreciation by trying to help him in any way we can. I'm sure, like I said, I know he appreciates it because this stuff gets expensive, guys. You've seen some of the cost. It's out there, and I don't want him to have to give up on doing that because he can't get them. So, um, yeah, agreed. I did mention that in Kim's chat today. We'll have to talk about that and let him know that he cannot. They can't be doing to him what they're doing. They're telling him one cost and then they're turning around and double charging him. And same thing they did to Logan, so on and so forth. They can't be doing this stuff, you guys. We know that. We got some legal advice from somebody through one of our sources. Thank you to Tomboy and Miss Tandy that told us the next time this stuff happens, let us know and we will have some words with them. So we're going to see what's going to happen here. I'm going to let him know the deal and put him in contact with one of these two awesome ladies in my crew here, and maybe we can make something happen there because it's getting ridiculous. But until then, like I said, I'm just trying to help to support him to get him the ability to do what he's doing. So thank you, and thank you, Tandy, for throwing that in there again. There's Miss Kim herself. Speaking of, welcome, Miss Kim. Thank you for joining us. Great show today, as always. Wonderful to have you here. And yeah, like I said, it doesn't have to be much, folks. $1. If all of us throw $1 in there, it will definitely help support him to bring that stuff back to us, as he's been doing from the moment that he started out here. We all greatly appreciate him and all he's done. So I want to keep showing that appreciation by trying to help support him that way. Because a lot of this stuff we wouldn't have without him. So yeah. Come on in. Come on in. Who we got joining us? It looks like Mikey's in the house. Good to see you, Mr. Last 24. Miss Becca, welcome back. Of course, Miss Typically Unique with a great show she just had. Thank you all for supporting her over there as well. For those of you that were there, awesome stuff, Miss Kim, as always. Tattoo Gal, welcome back. Good to see you. Ham and Cheese, Sammy's in the house. Miss Love Tina, great to see you, dear. Miss Tandy in the house, I think joining us on her lunch break. Dedication at its best. We love Miss Tandy. G Bean, the Jeebs in the house. Good to see you, Jeebs. Thank you for joining us. Senor Wazowski, wise up. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Angel Hart, wonderful to have you in the house, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Sweet Pea, welcome back to you. Miss Beth Wagner, welcome, welcome. Oh, Jeebs is here. I gotta make Jeebs smile. So here you go.
My name is Jeff.
Um, Let's see. Tomboy Charm popping in. Great to have you here, Tomboy. As always, thank you to all of my blue crew for being here, doing what they do, even though they are busy. They're still here doing their thing. I really appreciate them all so very much. Miss Mandy Gillian, good to see you. Morgan Peters, good to see you. Welcome back to you. Skilla, welcome, welcome. Ms. Rowe, great to see you. Sally Shepardson, welcome back again. Lisa Winchester, great to see you. Mountain Mama, welcome to you. Pixie Dust, great to see you. Kiss Me's in the house. Great to see you, Kiss Me. Karen Polkos, welcome to you. So Rebecca Seidner, welcome back. Eddie's in the house. One Made Nut, great to see you, brother. Tiggo Biddies, welcome to you. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Becca, welcome. Looks like Jeebs was dancing on in the door. No. Harry Potter's beard, welcome. Good to see you. Lisa Longhorn, UK, welcome to you. Blue Devil, great to see you today. Anna D, welcome to you. Realize, Analyze, welcome back. Good to see you today. Na 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 na. Kaleidohope, welcome, dear. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. True Crime Unleashed, welcome. Heidi HC, welcome to you. Great to see you today. Thank you for being here. We're getting there. Jesse Shaw in the house. Good to see you, buddy. No more soccer. I think it's over now, isn't it, sir? It's an important statement to remember. I may disagree with you, but I am capable of doing so without disrespecting you. We should all try and keep it that way. Amen to that one, brother. Sammy T, welcome to you. Baby Ames, baby Ames. Good to see you. Miss Deborah Keepers in the house. Dropping our first of our goals, sneaking a peek while at work. Thank you so much, Miss Deborah. God bless. We appreciate your generosity so very much. Miss Paula, the positive one, Fitzhenry's in the house. Lisa Anson, welcome to you. Karma Police, y'all better behave. They're in the house today. No. Let's see. Debs in Space, welcome. Good to see you. Again, the Who's Keith, that is the name listed under the PayPal for Connor. I'm guessing that's his name. So if anybody does want to support, that link is pinned to help Connor to keep getting those boys so that we can keep doing these interviews and keep trying to figure out what the hell is going on in this mess. Ms. Gianna Gambino's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Miss Gianna. Blue Eye Butterfly flying in here. Great to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. I just saw you. Sorry. I think some people are just now popping in. Brian Todd, great to see you today. Senor. Oh, I've seen you, Senor. Good to see you, brother. Ms. Kawanda, welcome, dear, and happy day anniversary to you on 3 months. That's amazing. God bless, dear. Always happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. In Stitches, what's happening, neighbor? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Just a shul. It's all good, Jesse. We can all have conversations again. Disagree without disrespect. I like the way you put that. Thank you so much. Kiss me. I appreciate you very much. Crime Tourist in the house. Dropping number 2, number 3. Holy hell, you guys are moving fast today. Thank you so much. And God bless, and thank you for your generosity. As always, I'm looking. Somebody else dropped another one that I'm not looking. Oh, wait a minute. Laura Jones, thank you so much from East Tennessee. Appreciate you very much. I found it. There it is. Boom. Thank you so much, Miss Jones. Brian Todd. Donna 7 and 9. Great to see you. DK M's in the house. Good to see you, DK. Mary Holt, welcome. We are trying to help Connor. Connor is the one, Angel Heart, that has been able to FOIA and get us all these interviews that we've been breaking down and reviewing. different things like that. A lot of the body cam stuff, he's gotten all of that. I'll show you his channel here and then give you the link to his channel as well. If it weren't for Connor, we wouldn't have a lot of the stuff that we have, believe that or not. All right, so here is the link to Connor's channel. He's been super, super helpful, by the way. Again, a lot of the stuff we would not have without Connor. And this is just to show you a little bit. All of these interviews right here, they have all come from Connor. Everything here is all his that he's presented for all of us, direct out of his own pocket, folks. So, again, just to help him a little bit, to support him, a buck, $2, whatever it takes to help. All of it comes together. It all helps, guys. So please, if you can, let's try to help Mr. Connor to get this stuff together, to get more of this coming, because he's got more coming. Just it gets expensive after a while. You guys know this stuff's not cheap, obviously, because of the way they're doing it, extorting us. So that is who we're supporting here. And thank you. Sarge is in the house. What is happening, Sarge? Yes, Connor is the FOIA goat. Good point, Brian. What is up, Sarge? Good to see you, brother. Brando, welcome to you. Dale Harrison, welcome. Kathy Buhner, welcome back. Lenny Moe. Oh, no. Good to see you, Lenny Moe. Thank you for joining us. Good evening. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good night. Whatever it is, wherever you are, I hope it's good because it's great to be here with you guys, as I like to say. Come on in, grab a seat, get off your feet, grab your cup, fill it up. Let's jump into this mess. Let's see here. All right. Already, you guys have tearing up that goal already. Thank you so very much for that. Lost Faith, good to see you. Just another minute or so, guys, and I will go ahead and get this kicked off. I just want to make sure everybody gets in here. Miss Canadian Cat Lady, great to see you, dear. Thank you, Miss Rowe, for that as well. Again, guys, any tips or donations never expected, but always appreciated. That helps pay the bills to keep us going day after day. So I can do this every day. Hey, yeah, that's a good point too. Senor said not just the FOIAs. Connor runs the them telephones talking to MPD. He is the man. That's a fact. Thank you for throwing that one out, Senor. Love another habits. Good to see you today. Typically unique. Dropping in on a Dagoversary on 14 months. Really already? I thought it was. Oh, either way, happy Dagoversary, Miss Kim. Thank you so much for being part of our family, our crew, and our community. We appreciate you and your great channel and the things you do. That he does. No, no, no. Love and other habits. That will not happen. Let's see. Tattoo gal, thank you for that. Number 4 towards our goal. Very much appreciated. And Ms. Laura Jones, thank you for that one. Or no, that was number 3 and then number 4. Thank you for that. God bless. I love it. You guys are so generous. Thank you so much. Amazing, amazing. And God bless to all of you for that. We appreciate it so very much. All right. Yes, I do, Tomboy, regularly. I may not have just now. Okay, that's fine. That will be fine. I'm just going to give that link pinned there a few more minutes, and then I'll go ahead and pin the link to let you guys join me up here. Third Apache, great to see you. Micro Blue, welcome to you. Welcome, Sweet Pea. Good to see ya. Always happy to have you all here. Pickled egg salad. I don't know how I feel about that, Jesse. I like pickled eggs. I love pickled eggs. And I like egg salad. Pickled egg salad. I don't know how I feel about that one, but that's definitely different. Definitely different. I wish StreamYard would catch up and we could have more than one link pinned at one time. I'm sure it does, Jesse. I'm sure it does.
2 hours later.
Yeah, I might. I would try it. I'll try anything, you guys. But I don't know. I'm a little unnerved over that thought. All right, let me see here. Welcome, juniors in the house today. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us. Oh, Miss Laura Jones again. Thank you so much. I love that. I'm grateful that you love the channel here. Any of you, that's what I want. I love seeing you guys here, and I'm grateful to know that you guys do like it here. So thank you for that, Miss Laura. That probably threw some confetti your guys' way. Very, very sweet and generous of you, Miss Laura. Thank you again. God bless. Uh, yeah, you're making me hungry too. I may have to talk to my wife about that. She made some amazing for dinner last night. We had a white chicken chili last night, and I'm telling you what, she put her both feet in that one. It was so good, so good. I've never heard of that. A pickled egg salad, deviled egg salad. I have had. My wife has made that. That's good. That's good. You need to stay there. Don't get fired, buddy. We don't want that happening.
My
Nope.
name is Jeff.
Okay. And if anybody is interested in supporting, because I had to pull that link down. If anybody's interested in supporting Connor, please let us know. We will redrop the link for you guys at any given time. Like I said, every little bit helps, and it will continue to bring us these interviews that we have here regularly breaking down. 1 minute. Just a second here. Okay. And I think the new link is up there now for the link to join me if you'd like to. Come on down. I am fresh, clean, no stink. Come on down, guys, to discuss these things as we break them down. Looks like we got 228 in here and 96 likes. Let's see if we can make that match and make sure this floats up into that algorithm to keep this thing moving, guys. Please and thank you. Good gracious almighty, Miss Laura. Thank you so much for that. And God bless, dear. Another one towards the goal. That's a big one. Thank you so much. And damn, nothing but love and very much appreciated, dear. We appreciate you. I hope you have an amazing week as well. Uh-oh. I got things moving back here. I hear things. Of course. Like first one, welcome, sir.
Knock, knock.
Beating on that door. Great to have you back today. How are you?
Doing well, doing very well. But I got to ask the mods to check to see if I'm in the doghouse somehow, because I'm unable to tag other users in the chat for some reason.
You shouldn't be.
And I've noticed this for like a month now. I can't see anything that Eddie writes. So I hear people talking about Eddie, having conversations with Eddie, but I don't see any of his posts.
There's something up with like StreamYard and him. Like if something moves back and forth on here, he automatically doesn't see nor hear it. There's been other people that say that he has them blocked when he doesn't. And
Oh, maybe
I
it's
don't.
mobile devices aren't showing up.
It might be. It might be that it needs updated or something like that too. The different devicing. I don't
Yeah.
know, but that could be it.
So yeah, Eddie, I see your message in the StreamYard. Like, right, we can both see it right here in the StreamYard. But if I go to YouTube, it won't show up.
Do you have him blocked, Jesse, on accident?
I don't think so.
No, because it's happened with other people. By the way, welcome Eddie Tomboy as well as shit.
And not only that, he can see me. I know he can see me. He's answering.
Yes.
And another one. Good Lord. And it's the Sodge joining us today.
Oh, let's get the band back together.
Well, I saw two reasons to come up here. One was
I gotta go.
What?
Tomboy. Welcome,
We're gonna have to start a GoFundMe so Sarge can get a better microphone.
Is my mic that bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're in the can again. Like the other night.
How about now?
Yeah, same.
No.
Hold on. Let me check my setting. Because I was doing it the other night over there on whatchamacallit. Remember that?
Well, I had a stream too, and it was doing it to me there.
Yeah, I think. What kind of a mic is it, Sarge? Is it like mine, or is it connected to your device?
Is it? No, it's a cam where the camera doesn't work. Is that any better?
A little bit, not very much though.
I mean, I cranked the volume way up.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, we can hear you, but it just sounds like it's not like you used to be. It sounds like you're sitting in like in the
bathroom.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Sarge, if you just try not to talk too much, it probably won't be an issue.
That's not going to happen, Jesse. We all know that.
That doesn't work that way.
That's my goal.
Yes. Welcome. Thank you, Laura, again. Very much appreciated, dear, and God bless. So generous today. I appreciate you so much. You have no idea. We'll make it work, Sarge. We'll figure it out. You're turned all the way up, I think. It's the tone of it is not crisp. That's all.
It's Sarge.
Yeah, he's got you can get loud if you need to. You've done it before.
No shit.
So welcome, Eddie, Miss Tomboy, of course, Sarge, Jesse, all of you. It's great to have you here on a Monday. I hope you're all having a great start to your week and had great weekends. Now that soccer's over, Jesse, I'm sure you're a little sad on that one. I'm beyond grateful.
I don't know. Football starts in 3 weeks?
Yeah,
Is it 3 weeks?
I almost don't have enough time to get ready for it all. It all comes fast and furious at me.
Eddie, while day goes away, I'm going to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Zulu time is a 24-hour clock, right?
No.
It's like military time.
No, it has more to do with Greenwich, England.
Yeah, okay.
But it could be a 12-hour clock. It could be a 24-hour clock. But,
Hello?
Someone's mic is...
Hold on. Was it? All right. Is that you, Sarge? It is. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully he can reset and come back up. It says your device is not connected, Sarge. You can hear me. Welcome, Summer Thunder, Fox Rooter, Sleuthy Kitty. I know Lucy tried to explain the Zulu thing once before. I still never really understood it, but...
Okay, well, then let's just use UTC time, which is basically the same thing.
Yeah, okay. So what I know you wanted to figure this out, you were saying. What's up?
Right. So if Xana's last TikTok was at 12/13/21 UTC.
Okay.
That would make it 4/13/21 p.m. 8 hours prior.
Okay.
So her last TikTok would have been Saturday at 4:30, not Sunday morning at 4:30.
But that doesn't make any sense, though.
Why doesn't it make sense? You think they're going to tell the truth about when her last TikTok was?
I don't. Well, I get what you're saying. Welcome, Sleuther. Don't be working too hard, dear.
Because I think it says 4:31 or 4:13,
Keep
but
going. I'm listening.
if you punch in the times, Moscow is 8 hours behind UTC.
But by the way, I'm a little confused. Can you explain to me what the abbreviation UTC is, even?
Universal Time Code, for lack of a better word.
So Zulu time.
Yeah, Zulu time.
Sure. Okay. I never heard it called UTC before, so that's why I asked.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If it's Moscow is 8 hours behind UTC, which would make it 4:13 p.m. on Saturday, not on Sunday morning. And I don't know if Moscow just didn't know what the hell they were doing or they messed it up on purpose.
Moscow definitely didn't know what the hell they were doing.
Okay.
Or both.
Well, both
Or
can be
both.
true, Jesse.
I was gonna say or both. Yeah. Welcome. Can you hear me, Sarge? Is that better?
I can hear you.
That you sound a little bit
You're
better.
little better.
Yeah, your mic was not cracked. Your mic was not cracking anymore, so that's
All right, good. Yeah. Well, let
So-
her go. I didn't mean to interrupt there.
No, you're okay. I just wanted to double check your sound. Welcome, Beth. So, what are you thinking then, Tom? Are you thinking they just lied about the TikTok thing altogether?
It could be, just in my opinion, they're off by 12 hours.
Just to extend out the life and set the time of their preferred. It does seem like the bad actors are really focusing in on, it's really important that you have to focus on that time. It has to be 4 o'clock. Don't look at any other time except for 4:18 or whatever they say it is.
And then they changed it to what? From 4:12 to 3:16 or something like that?
Yeah, it's weird. I didn't realize that they didn't even take it back an hour. It's like 54 minutes.
That's what I was curious about, because it went from, if it would have went like 4:12 to 3:12, that would have made more sense to me, but it was the extra minutes that threw me off on it, which is what I questioned it from.
Well, you have the photo. I sent it to your Discord.
Yeah. I'll pull that up. Senor said UTC time and Zulu mean essentially the same thing. The world zero offset time standard. The difference is only in who uses the term and how it's written. Thank you, sir. Interesting. And let me pull this photo real quick. You're just talking about that little white thing you sent me?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 minute. And no, she's not taking a bath for anybody asks. It's her fish tank, her turtle tank. Sorry.
It's a turtle tank.
It's always the question. Is she in the bathtub? No. Okay. Let me blow it up a little bit so you can see it.
See,
Blue
at
Devil
the end
narrows
of-
it down.
see
Blue
the,
Devil.
see the end of the comment time,
Right there.
the end where it says Z. That means they use at the end of the time. They use
right
Z,
there. It's the Zulu
the
time.
Zulu time.
Right.
So if you do 12/13/21 Zulu time and ask it what time it is it in Pacific Standard Time, it comes up 4:13 p.m. on Saturday.
That's pretty interesting. That is actually really interesting, because that would mean that TikTok never happened.
Right.
which in turn, I mean, it didn't happen the day of the crime that night, or you know what I mean. Blue Devil said Moscow is PST and
Yeah,
UTC 8. Boise is -7. That this was after clocks fell back to standard on November 12th.
right. That Moscow is 8 hours behind Zulu time. So if you take 12 and subtract 8, you're going to get 4. Don't ask me how I know how to do clock math, but it's so weird.
You're making my brain leak. I'm trying to think now.
Actually, they already had the clocks already went back the week prior.
They were the weekend before was the switchback on the clock. We figured that one out.
Right. No, I don't know where I got this photo. I had this photo. That's the whole thing. Because remember when it came out originally about Xana's TikTok, everybody hunted down for it. We found this, but
Yeah.
it still says Zulu. I don't care. Zulu. That's what the Z means.
I don't know why they had to even use any of that Zulu shit either. We're as if we're not confused enough. Yeah, they put it. This is out of one of the documents, wasn't it? If I remember. Thank you, Senor.
Oh, I don't, Dago, honestly, I don't know. I've had that thing on my computer for at least 3 years.
It's been a long time since we saw. I remember the first time we saw it.
A lot of people didn't realize it's Zulu time, but that Z at the end means Zulu.
Right.
But it shows the correct date, 22/11/13.
Yeah. 11/13 of 22. T.
Correct. It shows the correct date, so it's still 4/13. But the date, look at the date in what you posted. Comment time. The date is accurate. Where's it saying the 12th?
It's not. That's what she's saying. No. She's saying that if you figure it out based on the Zulu time, or did they already redo it, Tomboy? That's the question. Did they already rework it?
Well, I don't know.
I don't understand. Like, if they would have to, I would think.
So if that comment time is absolutely correct, then she still wasn't on TikTok at 4:13 a.m.
Right.
That would be at 12:13 a.m. on the 13th.
Yeah. Okay. So again, yeah, you're right. It's still off either way. 12:13 instead of 3 hours later. Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I don't understand where their time comes into play, how they're figuring out this time, all this stuff.
So, like William
said, decides to screenshot this and tell me I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about, feel free and come up here and tell me what this means.
I don't know who that. William says that Zulu they use a 24-hour clock. So would that make the difference then?
Well, if it's a 24-hour clock, that says 12:13 a.m.
Mm-hmm. In 21 seconds. And yeah, okay.
So
wait, let's pause right there. Let's be sure of that. That would be anything after noon is PM. So that would be 12:13 PM.
No.
Well, wouldn't it read different though, Tomboy?
It's a 24-hour clock. 12.
Yeah. It would say 12 a.m. would read 12 or 00, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it would read if it was.
Third Apache has it right. 24.
Yeah, that would be PM.
That would be PM.
That's right. Because if I remember when I was in the fire department, we ran off of the 24-hour stuff, and it was 00 when it hit midnight.
And let me just briefly say, your first question, Tomboy, kind of threw me. I didn't know what you were driving at for an answer. So, yeah, absolutely. William Tardy is right when he says it's a 24-hour clock.
Right. So
I thought you meant
that it would be 12:13.
I thought what you were asking is
PM.
What Zulu is all about. So I didn't know kind of what answer you were looking for. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, this would be 12:13 and 21 seconds PM on 11/13.
So 8 hours subtract 8 hours would be 4:13.
4:13. So there you go.
Yeah, of the same day.
Okay, gotcha. That's it. We good.
I'm glad we figured it out.
Thanks, Eddie.
Sort things
Yes,
out on
you're
that.
welcome.
Next.
Well, keep going. Hold on a minute.
No, it's a good question to ask. I mean, by us all applying, you know, our group
Does
effort.
anybody want to ask me why I left that comment in the chat earlier
Which comment?
about respectfully disagreeing with one another?
Oh, well, does it have to do with what you want to talk about today?
It's a good guess, Eddie. That's a very good guess. I want to disagree respectfully with Pav's take on Dago's live a couple days ago, but I also left that comment because after the Cy Ray interview with Custody Queens, I had a pretty strong take sort of against Cy Ray. Like I was not pleased with how he represented the case. I find it wildly inappropriate for a defense expert to comment on the guilt of the defendant, especially given that he seems to suggest that the case may not be over yet, and he's out there doing that. Now, I've been in some chats, in some lives recently, and a lot of people don't take kindly to that opinion that I'm out there pushing. And I don't mean respectfully don't like it. I mean, in a rather disrespectful manner, they don't like my opinion. And
Hey, I know firsthand what you're expressing there. I've received the same in previous discussions as well.
Well, I'd like to propose that might not be accidental, Eddie, because you have to ask yourself, and Ron from Custody Queens addressed this on lawyer Andrew, what's his name? Andrew Myers' show. He said, a lot of people ask, why did Cy Ray choose us? Because Ron's a smart guy. Ron knows it's not really it doesn't really make sense for Cy Ray to come out into this community here, the Custody Queens, this particular community, and especially smaller channels. And this is the same thing that Chris Whitcomb did. Cy Ray could go on News Nation. Cy Ray could go on Brian Enton. He could go on bigger channels if he was just trying to sell his book. And Pav's theory was that he was trying to smooth things over with his law enforcement buddies. Well, his law enforcement buddies aren't part of this community. If he's trying to reach them, they're not following this here with us, right? I think we're the target. And if you look at what the result has been, as I just outlined, the result has been infighting in this community. And a fine example of that happened a month ago on this show with some pretty serious drama. And I know Dago doesn't want to talk about it, so I won't dwell on that. But if you look back, if everybody who was here for that, you look back at what that drama was about, it was about Cy Ray, and it was about his...
Divide and conquer, Jesse? Is that where you're at with it again?
Absolutely. Yeah. Flooding the zone, divide and conquer. This is intelligence tactics. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Limited hangout. Cy Ray's comments, and I'd love to hear Eddie's take, and I'd love to hear all your guys' take. Let's not just name names and pick favorites, but I've said that I think it's wildly inappropriate for a defense expert to talk about the guilt of a defendant. And Cy Ray, in his interview, there was many things that he said, I can't comment on that, or it would be inappropriate for me to comment on that. Well, you know what the most inappropriate fucking thing for him to comment on was? Brian's guilt. He did not need to fucking comment on Brian's guilt. He could have implied that he feels that Brian would have been totally happy if he made it absolutely crystal clear to all of us without actually saying it, just saying, listen, I'm not here to tell you Brian Kohberger's innocent. In fact, Brian Kohberger might be guilty. I'm just here to talk about something. That's the professional way to do what he did. And he knows that because he does the professional way with every other fucking thing he's not supposed to talk about. And the fact that he didn't do the professional way with that, to me, means that was his primary objective. His primary objective was to reach this community and stir the pot and divide and conquer and set the tone for Brian's guilty. And you know what? It's fucking worked. And if you haven't noticed, there's people fighting about it right now, and it pisses me off. And
Thank you, Ro.
If anybody disagrees with me, please do it disrespectfully.
Well, I feel like, and I said this before, that he could have just said, read my report, left it go. And he wasn't even supposed to, if you guys remember, the thing was he wasn't supposed to talk about this case, and then the report dropped, and then he could. And there's a rumor, I don't know 100%, that he is going to be joining Lana now. That they had a conversation, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm gonna tell you now.
I hope Lana was kidding. I heard that come out of her own mouth, but I hope she's fucking kidding, or I hope she really goes at him hard.
Well, my point that I was gonna make that is if he does, it's gonna be a whole different type of interview. We all know that she's not gonna sit and just take this for that and that for this. She's going to demand that he is a certain type of way and answers the questions the way that she does. That's something we will see, in my opinion, if that happens. So,
well,
I don't know.
To me, it doesn't matter what his book said, what he said on the Queens. I don't really care, because he signed his affidavit under penalty of perjury. So I'm going to stick to that, and that's where I'm going to go. I don't give a shit what he said.
What the affidavit, I understand. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, and Lana's not very happy with him at this point. So if that actually happens, this is going to be a whole different realm, folks. We're not going to get what we got with the custody queens. And not saying they did a bad job. They didn't. They did a great job considering what they had to work with. And they were pushing. They definitely were pushing, trying to get him to answer these questions that he was completely avoiding, and to explain himself in ways that you could tell they were frustrated. I'll just say that much. So,
although I will say that I did catch one thing in there that really has me questioning a few things. And that is that he was talking about Brent Turvey. And he said, you don't write a book claiming there's a wad of hair in Ethan's hand. Well, he didn't write the book. Remember, Whitcomb did. So who wrote the book? Sigh.
Yeah, right. Was that an insinuation that Turvey was the one that wrote the book, basically?
Yeah, but remember, I've always thought.
I know.
He was the expert, though, that Whitcomb consulted with.
Yeah, I think Whitcomb went to him. Sarge, 100%. So Whitcomb basically took a lot. I think a lot of us already believed that a lot of the statements that were in the book was from Turvey's interpretation of things. So I agree with that one.
Well, I think one thing that he did do, though, unequivocally, is he showed the systemic corruption within the system itself. He can't see outside of the box. In other words, whatever these cops have been doing, all cops have been doing it, and they think it's like a sanctimonious, correct way to do it. I mean, you have to exclude all possibilities, not ignore them. And he seems to be okay with ignoring, looking for cleanup, but then not ignoring the fact that when they did Brian's car, it was completely squeaky clean. You really can't have it both ways. If you're going to argue that the perpetrator cleaned, and you're not going to argue that there was a cleanup in the home, I have a real issue with that duality of his opinion. But that's exactly what the police do. They're trained. They see things in a way that you and I object to, because that is why we don't trust law enforcement. They don't understand that this is why we don't trust you.
He said you didn't see any white marks or anything like that. And I'm like, you're not going to see that with Amido Black. You're only going to see that with luminol.
Well, look at also the other thing a lot of streamers are missing is, I really don't care what was on the guy's shoes. He could have took them off and carried them. I really don't care. What about the horrific amount of blood dripping from this person? You don't go to war with somebody like that on the floor of a bedroom and cause all that blood laden and get up and walk out without dripping blood. I don't care who you are, what crime scene it is. This is 4 horrific murders with a knife by apparently one guy. There's no way he was Mr. Clean. He don't have 6-foot long arms. He wasn't standing back, and he was wrestling on the ground with that poor young woman. You would be bathed in blood, and the minute you stood up, it'd be dripping from your hair, your face, your arms, your body. Where's that mess?
I've always wondered that too, Sarge, and I've questioned that more than once.
A lot of screamers focus people on footprints. I don't give a shit about footprints. This guy was covered in blood like he walked through a shower of it. And he got out of that hotel.
That's why when he says that he believes he's guilty because of the totality of the stacking of circumstantial evidence, and he admitted that every single piece of evidence that he's using to come to the conclusion that he's guilty can be argued with, but when you stack them all together, you can't make that argument anymore. However, you can stack evidence that doesn't include Brian, the no DNA in the home office or car, that you can't put him in the house, the no motive, the 8-hour delay. There's evidence that stacks up that says he didn't do it, and Cy is completely ignoring that.
I will say the one thing I agree fully with him on, and I'm glad he's doing it. I just don't understand the ratio here. Well, first off, I don't know. Can you hear me, Twiz?
Oh yeah.
All right, good to see you, buddy. We thought you were dead.
Did I get up here with these two?
Good to see you. It's been a minute. My question is, or my statement was that I'm grateful that he is pointing out that the law enforcement is absolutely fucked up, for lack of better terms, and that they have fucked up through the whole thing. I'm just confused on, and I don't know that I'm confused. I think I understand what he's doing with the Brian side to things. Again, I've told you guys, and I'm not saying I don't care about Brian's innocence or guilt. I'm more worried about the investigation and the accountability being held for that. But I do understand. Okay, let me put it this way. Everybody's welcome to their opinion. If his opinion is Brian's guilty, that's fine. Just as much as ours.
Are you sure it's fine? Like, is it even appropriate for him to opine?
Let me finish. I'm getting there. That is like just as much as our opinion to some aspect for most of us is that he's innocent. Okay, that's an opinion, but I do agree. Just as much as Turby got slaughtered for coming out here and stepping out of his wheelhouse and not staying in his lane, I think that maybe this one was given a little bit more leeway to be able to do that, and nobody is saying anything to him. So I do agree he probably should have stayed in his wheelhouse. And maybe not have jumped into so many other options beyond what he's supposed to be doing. That's just an opinion again. And I don't want this to turn into drama central with this today, guys, because we have other things that we're going to get into too, but just be respectful to everybody is all I'm asking. Everybody's going to have different opinions, and that's fine. So anyway, that's my opinion, if it matters, but that's all I'm saying. I'm grateful that he's pointing out if he continues to go forward with it, but you can't. One thing I will say, as you cannot say that you're here to point out what law enforcement is fucked up or what Judge Hippler has done wrong and this and that, but then in the same sentence turn around and say they did a good job. That doesn't make sense. That's what I'm confused with. It's call it out or don't call it out. That's all I'm saying. So moving on. So yeah, I do agree with what you were saying on that aspect, Essie. I do.
One more piece.
Go ahead.
I want you guys to guess how many defense experts in the O.J. Simpson case opined publicly about O.J. Simpson's guilt. And that was, 34 years ago?
Roughly, yeah. No, I get it. You're right.
How many do you think have actually publicly spoken about his guilt?
0.
Cy also hasn't said he's innocent.
Who, what, bud?
Cy also hasn't said that he's innocent.
I don't expect Cy to opine on his guilt or innocence.
Not.
He's as a professional, I think he's supposed to keep that to himself.
I think honestly, he's trying to split the room, as you pointed out, Jesse, but also he's also trying to make the point that I made that got me involved in this case, is that this investigation is so bad.
Yeah.
That nobody should have been held to account for it. What these people hid, what they lied about, their timelines, and what they used to get warrants from the PCA forward, all of those warrants are fruit from the poison tree. He's alluding to that, if not saying that directly.
Yeah.
So listen, both can be true. Both can be true. He committed the crime, and yet the investigators they should, and they literally should lose this if an appeal is filed on what the way Hippler managed the court, the motions that were denied, the fact that the prosecution was lying to the court, was lying to the magistrates to get their warrants. That should immediately get Brian. Brian's over. It's over. He's going to get out. Yeah. On those issues, right? I did follow him on that, and I agree with that perspective. Now, Eddie started down the road a long time ago about corruption, intentional, and there's no reason to argue that that is an inaccurate assessment. It's either intentional or these people are just as stupid across the country from this place to any place, right?
But can they be that incompetent, Sergeant? Hold on, I heard you say
he alluded that they were hiding I think that there's federal information that was being collected that night for whatever reason they don't want to disclose. He alluded to something to that point, and I've said they're hiding something, they're protecting something. A lot of people want to say it's the fraternity, it's the college, it's the Phoenix deal, it's the.
I don't think it is.
Something that he alluded to that lets you think
there's something
much bigger than these crimes, or these crimes are connected to something much bigger, and they don't want the public to see that much bigger. I think that whatever they were doing had an impact on the creation and execution of this crime.
Right. What were you trying to say, Twiz, in the background? I heard you, but it was real low.
I just said all of it could be true.
In what aspect? What do you mean? As far as
like there could be a bigger issue going on that they're hiding.
Agreed.
And Brian could still have done it or been a part of it.
We've said that before, that both things could be right at the same time. Yeah,
for sure.
He said if they used the information they had and not played with the story that they used, this would have been a slam dunk. So there's something there, I think, and I don't have any reason to discount that, but I think something's there that's so big that the public would be completely overwhelmed, would just be disturbed and angry.
Well,
we're forgetting one thing.
Go ahead.
So there's the communication that Harsh Reality put out there that was from Cy-Ray's website, and
the email I got,
and you've all seen it. And that was kind of disturbing, right? Because that, I can't quote him word for word, but the general consensus of what he was saying was Brian is right where he belongs. He's the guy. He needs to spend the rest of his life in jail. And if he was ever released, he would go on to kill again. And because of mental issues,
mental health issues that need to be addressed. Right.
And that to me was very fucking disturbing that it's not disturbing to me that he thinks that, because he's entitled to think whatever he wants. He's entitled to go and have a beer with his mates and talk about it. He's not really entitled to put it out there as a professional, in my opinion. And that's what I want to hear from you guys. Does anybody disagree with that? Can anybody provide me an example of when it's okay for a defense expert to publicly state that the defendant was guilty?
It's appropriate.
I agree with you, and I think that at that point, especially that statement, Jesse, if I'm actually surprised that Ann didn't approach that, because we all know, for one thing, first and foremost, that Brian, all of his psychological stuff has been completely sealed, okay? Which is almost something that I think he was touching on without touching on it the other day. It's all sealed. It's nobody can touch it, nobody can see it, of course, except for the defense. And at that point, I wondered if that's if that's the case, you shouldn't speak on something like that, in my opinion. I agree with that fully. And that is way out of his wheelhouse. But that was an opinion, and it should have been, in my opinion, not put to the world. I'll just put it that way.
One thing about Cy-Ray is he's not a dummy. He's a smart guy. He knows what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. So if he's out here pushing that agenda, and to me it is an agenda, how many times in the interview did he mention that Brian was guilty and 10 out of 10 jury? That was basically my takeaway was that was the focal point and the purpose of what he was doing there. And so I don't think it's just an accident. It just came out. I honestly believe that's his agenda, is to get that across to people. And for what reason, I don't know.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, Jesse. The purpose is
to get it out there that Brian is probably guilty and he's where he belongs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how most are taking it now. I agree.
Yeah. And I think you were here, Jesse. The first day we reviewed this, I don't think you were on the panel.
I came in briefly and commented on it, I think.
Yeah, that's right. You did. And did you hear what I had to say? I mean, I think you do, but now that I'm speaking on it,
can you remind me?
Cy-Ray is lying, and if he was like obligated to be honest, he would tell us that he's lying. But they're putting so much effort into this cover-up, this psyop, that it's very telling that there's something coming up where possibly, legal action or whatever, but there's a chance that Brian Kohlberger may skate out of this somehow. And they are aware of that. So if that is the case, then their last, I guess, desperate
last-ditch effort. Yeah.
Yeah, is to make sure that everyone believes that he is the guy, even though he is not. He is, in fact, innocent, in my opinion. But he is.
Of course.
But anyway, I digress.
Well, okay.
They have to have us all believing that because of these, procedural issues by law enforcement, of course, implying unintentional, ridiculous.
And is that Eddie? So that we just stop looking?
That a killer is roaming free, because if the public were aware of what the real motive and who the real, perpetrators were, they can't have that. So, does that? I know you heard that before. Does that kind of recap? Does that bring?
Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with that assessment.
I want to throw out there with what you were saying, Eddie, a little bit, a piece of it, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. This is just my opinion, of course, again, that he told us in no uncertain terms, and I could be completely wrong. Maybe it's the way I took it. Okay. Basically, I think he told us that there is an appeal coming, and because Ann had put on record before the change of plea and the sentencing and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I cannot successfully handle my client. I'm a lack of words right now. I'm sorry. You guys know what I mean, though. I cannot defend my client without this continuance, blah, 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 so on and so forth, on record. It was put on record, so on and so forth, okay? And then going forward, then is when all the other stuff come out. So I don't know how this works that way. I'm not going to lie to you guys and say, well, because of this and this and this, I believe this way. It's an opinion that it was put on record that she couldn't do her job, successfully. And she was doing the best she could in the circumstances she would until the plea came. Now, she does have to answer. They have to answer for that plea to hold solid. In my opinion, I do believe this is true. You can't say no to any of these questions that they're asking. Did you do this? Was this okay? Was that right? Were you able to do this? It all has to be answered, in that sense. But she did say, I cannot effectively defend my client under this circumstance. I need to have this continuance to be able to do this. Being that that's put on record, my thought is that means that, and he pointed out she did that on purpose, I think, to tell us that it's coming, and that's why it's going to happen for ineffective assistance to counsel. Again, this is just my opinion based on what I heard him say, and I believe that may be the case because he said it twice. They're going to take another bite of that apple, I believe.
I got a couple more things.
Can I just put my last? Can you hold that? Okay, this is brief. I just need to point out that everybody keep in mind that the framing of these problems by law enforcement as procedural issues, they might have cut corners, went fast and loose with the IGG, whatever. That is directly opposite of a frame job. Everyone sees that, right?
Say that. Okay, say it one more time because I was
procedural issues by law enforcement. They got the right guy, but they just went about it the wrong way, and now a killer might go free.
Right.
So these procedural issues, this problematic investigation, that's directly opposite of a frame job, a purposeful putting an innocent man away for this, to hide the truth. Note that, because that's his intention.
Right.
I agree, and what I was going to say is in line with that, because there was a few clues. Lana asked him about the steps, the phone data, the steps. And he said, steps aren't relevant. Those aren't very accurate. And Lana is like, well, Murdaugh was sentenced, or he was convicted on that data.
Yeah.
Several people have been convicted on that data. It seems very pertinent and accurate in every other case. And now he's saying that's not accurate. In addition, he referenced the Karen Reed case and the Google search, "Hoss Long to Die in the Cold." And he stated that Google searches are also he tried to throw some shade at the phone data and like, listen, we can't use Bethany and Dylan's phone data to insinuate anything. And he, as an example, he used the Haas Long to Die in the Cold Google search, as it was proven in court that search took place at 6:26 in the morning and not the night before, when somebody may have killed John O'Keefe and dumped him on the lawn. Now, if you just use Occam's razor, it makes no fucking sense that search would take place at 6:26 in the morning, because if any of you on panel find one of your friends or loved ones dying on the lawn, is your first instinct going to be to search Google? Honestly?
No, of course not.
Fuck no. Now, if you're dumping a body on the lawn, that Google search makes a lot more fucking sense, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I agree.
What Cy said about the Karen Reed thing isn't completely accurate. He was kind of cherry picking what he was saying, which is a fair point against Cy.
Yeah.
But this is my opinion, is people are taking Cy's opinions way too seriously. He's an expert on certain things. That's what you should take seriously. Other than that, just take it as his opinion.
Can I ask a question to Twiz? I got a question.
Go ahead.
Shoot.
Knowing and living in that area, can you tell me where north of 270 would give you eyes on 1122?
It's not about eyes on 1122. What Cy was saying is that he drove north of Moscow, north of Pullman in Moscow, to get to Moscow.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is he also inferred that he did this often and that he could observe. He said something to that effect. So what road is north of? I don't know how from 270 you could see that house.
No, you can't. I think you're reading into what he was saying too much. The thing that I think is that he was saying that Brian drove this route often, and you could get to Moscow without being on cameras, but it was north of Moscow.
Right.
The question is, how does he get near 1122?
Well, the thing is
we don't know. I mean, like, here's the thing: is like, Cy didn't give us all of his information either, right?
No, right.
So, like, we need more information to come to these conclusions.
That's something I was going to say earlier too, like to get a little bit more info on it to understand it better. I agree with that. I'm muted.
No,
I shouldn't be. Can you guys hear me? It's the stupid StreamYard shit again.
I don't hear Dago. Do you guys hear Dago?
You're gonna have to go out. Tell him he's got to go out and come back in.
Except myself and Eddie, who we self-mute.
StreamYard,
all right, I'll be right back.
All right.
Well, Pav said that he took Slovinsky's route that he mapped, and then Cy Ray's that he mapped, and Cy Ray did the mapping of the towers in Pullman wrong.
How?
You would have to watch it. It's the last one where he was connected to a tower for 263 seconds, I think is what it said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that, or I haven't seen the last couple he's done recently because I've been.
Yeah, he did the one this morning, and it's
I'll check it out.
Well, okay. I'd like to see a map route of what he claims Brian did. I'd like to see that on a map, and I'm trying to figure it out myself, but it's very difficult. If there's any dirt roads or side roads, they're not really listed with Google.
I don't think you're going to be able to figure that out.
I was hoping you would try.
Just by listening to Cy. We might be able to get close, but like we wouldn't know the exact route unless we got lucky. You know what I mean?
That's kind of what I was wondering. And I will say this, guys, and this is what kind of, I don't know if I'm like Twiz had said, maybe we're reading too much into what he says some ways. It just bothered me because he says it's in the same paragraph, basically, that Brian did this stuff on a regular. It was a normal thing for him to go night driving, for him to take this route, so on and so forth. As we know, 3,800 people did the same thing, driving back and forth because they're going from Pullman to Moscow to do whatever they're doing and back, whatever. Okay. But then in the same paragraph, he says that it was, I think how he put it, and don't quote me because I'll probably mess it up, but like in the circumstances of the case, it's worrisome that he was taking this route. This is what I didn't understand quite a bit about that statement. And that's why I said, maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Well, here's something I've thought of, right? What they have said is that his phone never traveled by that house, right?
Yeah.
On those multiple trips to Moscow.
Right.
So let's just say that he was surveilling that house. He just didn't bring his phone.
Okay. That is a good point.
There's lots of possibilities here. I think what people are missing, right, is that the alibi is complete shit. It is shit.
Yes, it is a bad alibi.
Never
so
should
the whole
they never should have
Wawawai
used
Park,
the alibi.
the whole Wawawai Park, it's out. So I'm not saying Brian is guilty. What I'm saying is he looks a lot less innocent.
And I think that's what the only thing that has given people cause to think that is what you just said. So I understand. I understand people's opinions based on that. My biggest thing, and I'll throw this out there again, and this is why I say this. And I've recently been thinking of other options to try to make something make more sense. Okay. But there's nothing, in my opinion, that I can see that points to him. Okay. Now that we've learned these other things about it's not his car, this is not his, and Sai said that himself. Okay. So,
well, he said it's not his car driving on the Moscow Pullman Highway.
Right. That's what I meant with that.
We've known that for a long time.
Yeah. And then now recently, in the documents recently, it's come out that it was that other vehicle that we're seeing in these other videos. The DNA, I have a huge question about.
That's why he would not discuss the fog lights, because he knows that's not his car.
Well,
exactly. The fog light thing is ridiculous. Like, Sai not wanting to talk about it is completely fine, because we've known, if you're paying attention, that that's not Brian's car for a long time. You can read the PCA and understand that's not Brian's car on that highway.
And he also further went on to point out that they used improper, inaccurate information to apply for the warrant. And that's one of the major things, was the argument of travel. That difference of 7 minutes is huge, because he didn't travel. They're following the wrong freaking car.
Yeah.
And that's why he keeps saying that the kid did it, but everything they did is like fruit from, he didn't use that word, but it's like fruit from the poison tree. Nothing in the PCA can be factually substantiated. Actually, they admit later on, a year or two later, that they know that's not accurate. And they don't do anything.
It's irrelevant. Yeah.
For sure.
No, it's relevant. It's totally relevant. You apply for a warrant claiming the guy traveled this way, and here's all the images, right? Well, you're following the wrong car.
Sai also said that if the courts...
How can you argue the car doing all the running around that house with Brian Koberger's when the car you're tracking isn't? And you know it isn't. Are you saying that car did all the driving over there? Are you saying, how are you differentiating? So what he's pointing out is a huge failure on behalf of the police and law enforcement there. You tracked the wrong car, you listed it in a warrant, it isn't Brian's car. So you cannot list it as Brian's car. Right?
I agree. Go ahead.
He's very clever on telling you how badly the police fucked up.
Yeah, he pretty much flat out said, if my memory serves, that all of the evidence should get thrown out and Brian should walk. He still did the crime.
Correct. Yeah, I said that in the very beginning. Remember, Diego? What did I say?
Yeah, I know. And you've always said basically the same thing, that, it very well could be him. But, and I think Jesse even said it once before too, that Brian should walk, whether he did it or didn't do it, based on the investigation. Of course, nobody wants a guilty person, to be there if he's guilty. But see, my problem with that is all the other stuff that they're saying made him guilty, to me, does not match. It doesn't line up.
I did say that, Diego, and that's a good way to be the most unpopular.
No, the story is complete shit, but he still could have done it or been involved.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what I was saying when I said I was thinking of some other things recently, is that if he's involved, which I still don't think he is, but if he is, it's not with the car. It's not with any of the things that they're saying that he's involved in. Okay. There's something on the outside that he's involved in my opinion, if he's involved. So
they're protecting something much larger than, unfortunately, the poor victims, right? And when you think, like I keep telling people, my gun in your house with a bullet in you doesn't mean I shot you.
Right.
And these guys went to extraordinary lengths to try to prepare an argument that this proves Brian was at the house. His DNA all on its own is not a convictable. You can't convict the guy with that. Where's the knife? All these alternative wounds. You got choking, punctures. There's so many different weapons that were used in this crime that it's completely unsustainable unless you could paint the picture that he was truly there. And that's what they did. They lied their ass off to argue he was at that house.
Sure. And one of the things Cy said that really caught my attention, you guys, and it took me in a different direction a little bit, not much, but it made me nervous. Okay, because he said, I don't know exactly how he framed it, but he said hold on, let me fix this. This is driving people nuts, I'm sure. There's some stuff out here that has not been seen by any of us, okay? And obviously he's seen it. He knows what it is.
I'm so sick of hearing that from these guys.
Well,
I don't know if he's seen it or he's talked to somebody that has seen it. That's one of the issues. Like there were a lot of follow-up questions to understand what Cy was saying that weren't asked. I'm not faulting the custody queens and stuff, but
I know what you mean though.
Like this is what I'm saying. Like take Cy's expertise to heart, take his opinions as opinions. That's it. That's the same thing we should do with Turvey. Turvey stepped out of line and said stuff that he's not an expertise in. Take it as his opinion.
I get what you're saying. I do. And then I'm curious to know, like you said, did somebody tell him, because that's exactly what I said that night. Maybe somebody said to him, hey, you didn't see this. You don't understand. This is definitely the guy. And we talked about that a little bit. And maybe that's why he's saying that. But at the same time, opinion. And that's how I keep looking at it. I fully agree with you. It's an opinion. But
Cy also said very clearly, there is no evidence that says Brian did it. There's just a bunch of stuff that points to Brian. There's nothing clear. So let's paint another picture, right?
That's how I'm looking at it.
Brian turned his phone off at or near his apartment. His phone turned back on directly south of Moscow, right? You can't teleport. You have to get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just the driver. Maybe somebody used his knife to kill those people. Brian is innocent of the crimes he's charged in, but he's guilty of something else. Also possible.
They didn't exclude evidence to all else. They did not seek out drains. They did not look for the things Turvey pointed out. They did not do anything that could actually lead them to another suspect or suspects. They shut that down. They tore the house down. You're never going to know who committed that crime.
Why did they hide the advanced timing data?
That's what makes it seem intentional.
Yeah.
But no, the investigation is complete shit. Brian Koberger still could have done it.
I think I can answer that question, why they hid the advanced timing data.
Keep going. I'll be right back. I got to run to the bathroom.
So I think the reason they probably hid the advanced timing data is because it would probably show Brian on the regular driving the same route, his phone going off at the same times, establishing like Cy kept on going on about this pattern of life. I think the advanced timing data would have established this is regular pattern of life stuff, and they're using it against him, and they are not allowing him to establish this, which would make, as Twiz said, the alibi is shit. It would have been a lot better if they could establish that this is what he does on the regular basis.
Yeah, it's problematic that Cy was going to testify to support that alibi. That's very problematic. I mean, how could he be saying the guy was going north and wasn't the alibi south?
I think it's problematic that he mentioned Brian's guilt like 25 times in the interview and made that pretty much the whole focal point of his interview. I think that's really problematic.
That's a blatant explanation of how fucked up the police are. That really, to me, says that these guys, they get one person or one thing in mind and they just stick with it. They destroyed the property to avoid having. Why would you do that?
Did you hear his comment on the 8-hour delay?
Yeah, these poor girls.
No, he said that was a bad decision.
A bad decision. Yeah. Well, I've made bad decisions.
You know what happens to you, sir? You make a bad decision at a quadruple homicide?
I've made some seriously bad decisions in life, but never to that extreme.
Right.
Right. Well, most people just don't get away with making bad decisions at a quadruple homicide, but Cy insisted that Dylan and Bethany were completely innocent, poor victims. And then when asked to explain it, he said it was just a bad decision. I mean, a bad decision to me sounds like a felony.
See, I don't think they made evidence fit Brian Koberger. I think what they did is they found whatever they could find that's evidence of nothing, right? And then turned it into he killed these 4 people.
They seem to be highly invested in exonerating, protecting the roommates. There's 2 things that stick out to me. They're really focused on keeping the time at that 4 a.m. hour, and they're really focused on excluding any involvement to the roommates, or even allowing any question of the roommates, just completely off limits.
Yeah, don't question us. And that's how the police are. I mean, look, even when they pull over for traffic tickets or they stop in the street and demand an ID, these things are just not lawful. They do all these unlawful things and act like they're above the law. And, what I say is true. Everything I say, believe me, it's true. Believe me.
Well, let me ask you guys something. Based on what I was just talking about a little bit ago with what he said, okay? Let's say, for instance, as he quoted, they get another bite of the apple. What do you guys think? I'm curious your opinions, all of you. I'm glad Twiz is here to hear his too now. What do you think could happen? Do you think that it would flip and we would actually get a trial? Because I would rather see a trial than to see him walk free. Okay? Completely free. I would rather see a trial to get all the information out there. That's my opinion. That's what I want. What do you guys think could happen with this? Just an opinion. I mean, obviously we don't have enough information to make a full decision, but
not that. I suspect that if he appeals, his appeal is going to be on what they did to entrap him and lie and all the information, the sheath and all of these other things that the judge allowed in. Okay, and I don't think I think because he pled guilty, that if he could beat them on this procedural nonsense and all these lies, then his side said he's right. He can walk free as the killer because you can't double jeopardy the guy. You accepted a plea deal. The state, you convicted this man, okay? Whether he agreed or not, that conviction stands. And if he gets it overturned because you guys didn't do your job and you lied, and you I don't think you can ever take another bite at the apple of convicting him. I think it's over.
I definitely don't think that's going to happen either. And I don't think they're definitely not, in my opinion, they're definitely not going to look for anybody else. If he walks on this, that's it. It's done. I don't think that we'll see anything else on this at all.
You can't. The main piece of evidence is gone. It's in some recycle bin somewhere.
All right.
Maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they do have the guy. They just did it in the wrong way.
Anything is possible. I just want to see how.
As you said, though, Twiz, maybe there's a lot of things that are being covered up, and that I don't think most of us are more concerned about Brian than we are about the rights of all Americans and all people on this planet, not to have governments lying to them. And I think we need the answers for the 8-hour delay. Who knew? And why did they all keep it quiet? Because I think we're all forgetting. We've all known right from the beginning. WSU Kim and Dave came out. They said what they said. They were proven correct. The court documents showed the Snapchats at the exact same time to the exact same people that they said that had occurred. Their stories.
What did the Snapchats say, though?
Well, we don't know what they said, but we know the times they were sent, and we know.
Yeah, that's the issue, is that we don't know what they said. Maybe they just said we heard something. Like here's the thing: they could have known something happened in that house and not known people got murdered. It seems unlikely, especially when Dylan walking by the door and seeing Xana's feet. Right.
So in order for that to be true, Twiz, we would need 2 people with apparently no motive, that have no financial incentive, that don't even know each other, that told the exact same story, and that story lined up perfectly. And then it's almost like they predicted.
What was their story?
Both of them said that there was Snapchat group chats where everybody on the group chat knew that people were killed in that house, and people were gathered at that house well before the 911 call. And we've already heard that. Wasn't that Linden guy called at 9:30 by Dylan to come over? I mean, this is established that.
Yeah, but we don't know that though.
Well, I think I do know.
We know that Snapchats were sent. We don't know what the Snapchat said.
In my opinion, I think I know that the roommates called and alerted their friends and other people to the fact that the murders happened well before the 911 call was made. I am going to go out on a limb and say I know that, and maybe, I mean, you feel free to disagree, I guess.
Well, even
I mean that it's an opinion. It's not.
Take the content, Twist. Take the content away. The fact that these people were entertaining themselves on Snapchat with their friends is just damning. I mean,
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. Like the 8-hour delay is bad. I don't understand how you hear something in your house and you at least don't go look at what happened. If I hear something in my house, I'm walking through and checking rooms.
But they did look.
They're scared and they didn't call the police. Like they fucked up, but that doesn't mean that it isn't anything other than the story that we're being told.
No, but they have admitted that they looked, they saw Xano on the floor. It's very well
I'm with you, Jesse. We're not really arguing here, but that doesn't mean that they knew people were dead.
No, they did. They did. I mean, I've seen enough information. This isn't just my opinion. This is my opinion based on the information I've seen, and there's plenty of information out there that confirms that they knew they were dead.
Do you believe? Let me ask you real quick.
I would like to see that information where they know for a fact Dylan and Bethany, either one or both, said that they knew people were dead.
I don't think they've made statements to that effect, but they've made.
Then we can't know that. That's my whole point.
Well, I can know that. In my opinion, like
that. But that's your opinion, which is fine, Jesse. I'm not saying that but we don't know that. That's just an opinion.
No, but they've stated what they saw, who they talked to, why they talked to that person. There's been witnesses that have come forward. I mean, I don't understand why people can discount what WSU Kim and Dave said as if they're just not credible. But then we're going to lean into what Dylan and Bethany said, like they're credible. We're going to lean into what Molly, the crackhead DoorDash driver, said, or Peter Algoria and all these Emily Alance, all the cops got all those statements and they took all those as if that's good information. But what Dave and WSU Kim said, which was very pertinent, very key information, and it was completely ignored and attempts were made to discredit it. And it's held the test of time the entire time. People have tried so hard to discredit those statements that WSU Kim and Dave made, and they haven't been able to.
Well, here's the thing, at least with Kim, is she's getting that information secondhand. She didn't see those Snapchats.
Yeah, she got them from her daughter, and that is a good point.
But nonetheless, during the time she was pointing out, she had no receipt. That's why she got a hard time from a lot of us in the community. It wasn't that.
Yeah,
she made a statement. She comes out of nowhere. She tells us this stuff that there was no way to verify it. We were just supposed to take her word for it. And I had a problem with that. So did others. Now, you're right, Jesse. She was correct. I owe the woman an apology. I've said that 10 times. She was dead spot on what she had said, and it's been verified. So now you can't really accept that the Snapchats are innocuous. I mean, when you look, if you're willing to look at Brian Koberger and the background of 4 murders, then you have to look at the other people that are around the crime scene in the same way. Dylan and Bethany deserve the same observation. 4 people were killed in your home. Okay? And then all this ancillary bullshit that you did and didn't do.
You walked by one of the victims. You saw their body. You didn't know they were dead. Maybe.
I will say that I believe there's more evidence that the Snapchat.
That's what I was going to ask you, Twiz. I'm just curious too. She made the statement, you brought it up twice now, that she walked by you know what I mean? And do you think that she actually saw what she claimed she saw the way she did? Or do you think, because I don't think she could have seen.
I think it's ridiculous that 4 people were murdered in that house and they didn't know about it within 5 minutes. Like it would have taken you longer. Yeah. Like if it took you 5 minutes to figure out people were dead in your house, there's issues, right? There are plenty of issues with the 8-hour delay. That still doesn't mean that Brian Koberger didn't kill them.
No, I know that point. I got what you're saying on that one, 100%.
I think there's more evidence to suggest that Dylan and Bethany knew right away than there is to suggest that Brian Koberger is guilty. The evidence is stronger against Dylan and Bethany covering it up than the evidence.
If you're going to use it against Brian, you need to use it against those 2 young girls, and you can make more of an argument, a linear argument that they were involved. I agree with Jesse 100%.
At least Dylan.
I've been doing that for years, pointing that out.
Go ahead.
It's just an argument. That doesn't mean that that's the truth.
Right. And I understand how you're saying it and why you're saying it like that. I get what he means by that, you guys. But we have a strong feeling, and that's why we feel like we do. I think at least Dylan knew way more than she's saying. I will give Bethany a little bit of grace because of where she claimed to be, but not much. Okay, because I know there had to have been conversations. I fully agree with something else Twiz said, that there's no fucking way. Okay, let me put it this way. This is what my biggest problem is: the screaming, the noise, the banging, the whatever that had to have been heard. And she did claim at some point, they finally did claim they heard different things. Okay, so there's my biggest problem, that you would not think something bad has happened, that you would not realize that it was a very bad situation at that point. So no, I get it that we don't know for a fact, but at the same time, it's very hard to believe that it's not. So it is all based on opinion.
They have text messages saying they're scared, but they didn't go check the house. It's weird.
It is very
Dylan
weird.
and Bethany fucked up.
They're
for
saying
sure.
that's another point too, Twiz. You said that the text messages are saying they're scared, but then when she's in her interview, she says, "No, I wasn't scared." I don't understand. That's what my problem is. I think is I just don't get it. Great way to put it. It's fucking weird, and it doesn't make any sense. And I think that's why people think the way we do, because of the way it comes off to look. Now, if there's any way, shape, or form able to be proved that we're wrong, I want to see it. Of course. Will we ever?
I don't think you could ever prove. Like, let's just say Brian did commit this crime, right? He clearly doesn't want to talk. All that talk about him wanting the attention, he never asked for it. He might enjoy the attention that he gets, but he's never done anything to get attention, right?
No, he's quiet about it.
So let's just say he did commit the crime and he doesn't say a word about it to anybody for the rest of his life. We'll never know.
Exactly. That is an absolute possible fact, folks. Thank you so much, Coco. Appreciate you very much, dear. That's a good point. And that's what I was going to say is I don't think we'll ever see any of it. None of it. Okay? There's only a couple people that know what happened. Unfortunately, 4 of them are no longer with us. And whoever the ones that committed the crime are, whether it's Brian or anybody else that we've talked about.
I still think it's far more likely. Well, here's another thing, right? Brian could have been in that house for like 40 minutes. Like the state story is shit. We know that, right? So what if he was in that house for 40 minutes?
Meaning like beforehand or during the commission of the crime?
During the commission. We know when the crime ended. We don't know when it began. Maybe that's not Brian's car. Maybe he was still in the house murdering people.
Maybe he parked 800 feet away in a public parking lot and walked to the crime scene.
I don't think there's a car involved at all. I've said that forever. I think the people were on foot that did this, but
it makes way more sense in this area to walk because no one would bat an eye because we've all watched the footage around Moscow that night, and Pullman is the same way, especially around those college areas where the frats and the sororities are. People walk around all the time. You're stupid to drive.
Yes. Yes.
I want to thank you for having me up here. I'm going to grill chicken. I think Jesse's off choking his chicken, but in any event, good to see you, Eddie, and Twiz, Dago, Jess.
See you, Sarge.
Great to have you back, Sarge.
Sergeant.
You all be good. Is Tomboy in here still? I don't see her picture up.
No, she had to go be show.
Oh, good to see her too. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, folks.
Yes, sir. We'll see you soon. Yeah, I agree. I can't find any other options that make any sense. That's my biggest problem. It just doesn't fit. And to look at it from the direction that we've been looking at it does make things make sense, I think. Eddie dropped out because he couldn't hear again.
Means, motive, and opportunity. Which one of those did Brian have?
That's the problem. That's what we all look at. There was really no motive.
No motive, no means, and no opportunity. Because if you can't put him at the house, you can't say
he certainly had opportunity.
Well, how can you say that if you can't put him at the house, though?
You don't have to have evidence of being in a house to be at the house.
I mean, well, okay, I guess.
Well, when the law enforcement says means, motive, and opportunity, I think what they mean by opportunity is you are in proximity to that person. Like if you work,
that doesn't mean that there's evidence of it, though.
Well, you need to show evidence to convict. That's what I'm saying. The whole means, motive, and opportunity is you need to establish that, right? So you can't just say he had it without you have to establish it. And to establish that he had opportunity, you got to put him in the same place as the victims. And if you can't,
no, they just have to show that it's possible that he could be there, which it is. That's why that's why people are, I don't think people are understanding like how bad it is that the alibi is complete shit. It throws everything to a loop.
I agree that the alibi is complete shit, and I don't think it should have ever been used. I think she should have not. She should have just declined to provide an alibi. Said no, we don't have one.
Or at least throw out the wubble part, because you take that out, it's not terrible. The wubble like that is so irrelevant to anything that happened. Why is it in there? I don't know.
I think
the alibi is shit, and Ann lied about it. Like what Cy is saying is that he knew Brian's exact route back to Pullman at 448. Guess what? Ann knew that too, and she still released that alibi. There's a huge fucking issue with that.
Why do you think that may have happened? Just in your opinion, obviously.
I don't know.
It
blows my mind.
It is odd. What do you think? Like, where are you at now? Because I ain't talked to you in months, bro. I'm glad you're here, though. What do you think, like, opinion-wise? Of course, everybody's going to respect it either way, but what do you think the deal is at this point?
Brian looks a lot less innocent. That's all I know.
Is that what you... Okay, I got you.
There are still, like, ways that he could be like completely innocent, right? There are still ways. It's just the opportunity gets smaller and smaller every time we get new information like that, you know?
Can I ask Twiz a question real quick?
Of course. Thank you, Tattoo Gal.
So my question is, we all heard Bill Thompson's factual summary recitation. What he says is the facts as believed by the state. So again, that is, in brief, that one person did it. It was Brian. And my question to you is, are you of the opinion that, since you believe it's possible Brian did it, then you're saying that you believe that there was just one perpetrator in this crime?
Nope. Not saying that.
Well, so
again, Brian could have been the driver.
Because that contradicts what the state believes.
Well, the state story is shit.
Well, but that's their case. They're saying one person did it. They're not saying he was the bus driver that night.
The state's case is shit. They can say whatever they want. Again, their story could be wrong and Brian could still be guilty. Brian could be involved in another way.
Yeah, to me, it's not important if Brian was involved in a way. It's up to the state to prove it. They haven't done that.
I'm with you. I'm not arguing that.
And I'm not arguing that Brian might be. I mean, to be honest, as much as I have not seen any evidence that works for me. I know that some people will say there's overwhelming evidence, but none of that works for me. For me, I have yet to see anything that puts Brian there and doing this. However, I think in a way it would make more sense that he has some limited involvement, and that's why they're trying to pin it on him. That would sort of explain why they're trying to pin it on him.
Right.
But they have failed to show us any of that. And
well, they didn't charge him with that either.
And that's
like, it's kind of like there are plenty of cases, right, where like two people murder somebody and like one person turns on the other guy and they charge the other guy with the full crime when he was the one that didn't do the most. But that's just how plea deals work. You know what I mean? Like the evidence doesn't have to back up the thing. Maybe Brian just did a really good job. Let's just say this, right? Brian went into that house that night, stabbed 4 people. Okay. He doesn't leave the knife behind. He either doesn't turn his phone back on at 4:48. He turns it back at his apartment, or he doesn't bring his phone. What evidence do they have of Brian Koberger in this case? If he did it that way, he could have easily gotten away with it. Maybe we're just lucky that they had the knife sheath with his DNA on it. There are so many possibilities.
None of that really adds up to me. I mean,
it doesn't have to add up, though.
Well, 90% of the time it does. I mean, it's very, very rare for people to just go on these killing sprees for no reason. And you must admit, Twiz, when you dig into this case and you see the patterns of life of the victims, the victimology, there is a lot of shit going on that would,
for sure.
These kids were involved in a lot of shit that would maybe cause them to be targets.
Okay.
But none of that leads to Brian Koberger. It leads to other people.
Sure. Let's just say this, okay? I've had people tell me that there were drugs being dealt out of that house, right?
Yeah.
There's documents saying that there were drugs being dealt out of that house, at least historically, okay? Let's just say they were dealing drugs out of the house and Brian randomly picked it and killed people in it. It's possible.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't always have to make sense. There doesn't always have to be evidence of something happening for it to happen.
No, but that would be an anomaly. And the fact that somebody is a CI.
You're not wrong. But it's not impossible.
No, but it's very difficult to take that to trial and prove that somebody's guilty based on something that's an anomaly when you don't have any evidence.
I would disagree with you 100% with that. Let's go back to what Steve said early on. The FBI went to Steve and said, juries will believe DNA. This is how you get falsely accused people convicted, is because of DNA. The name of the game is just getting a jury to believe something. It doesn't have to be true. There doesn't have to be facts to back it up. You just have to have a compelling story.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to railroad.
Unfortunately, right.
I'm not defending that. Like, trust me, I'm not defending the situation. Today, let's say Brian did stab those 4 kids. Okay. Today, as it stands, he should walk free because of how bad they did the investigation. They violated his rights, blah, blah, blah. Right? It's a sad truth that a murderer would walk free, but that's what should happen for the system to work correctly.
When asked if Bethany left the house, Cyree said, I can't comment on that, or no comment.
Who cares?
When asked about the 8-hour delay, he said it was a poor decision or a bad decision. Now that just
how is that relevant to Brian stabbing people or not?
Exactly. That's my point exactly, Twiz.
But you're the one bringing, like, you're the one paying attention to that. It's an irrelevant point. It's like the fog lights. It doesn't really matter.
To me, it's highly relevant because it needs to be explained, and because those actions, leaving the house and the 8-hour delay, those actions have to have a reason, and the reason for those actions probably gives us a clue into what happened in that house. And to hide that and discount it and tell everybody to look away means you're trying to stop us from finding out what happened in that house. That's the way I'm seeing it.
That's your opinion, which is fine. You can have them. Sykin has his opinions too. They're just opinions.
I think
people are reading way too much into people's opinions here.
I think that if you get a jury of 12 people and you tell them that those kids made a bad decision and there was an 8-hour delay and just never mind about that, I think that every 10 out of 10 juries is going to want to know why. What the fuck was that all about? In my opinion, that's my opinion.
I would disagree with you because they're there for a murder, not when people called 911 or something. Like the murders could still happen, and like the 8-hour delay still happen. Like they're not consequential to each other.
But failing to report a murder or covering it up, or this is like a crime, right? So I mean,
the issue is they have to knowingly not.
You're right. I
report it. How do you prove that they didn't know, or how do you prove that they did know?
That's the biggest problem with that. Unfortunately, I looked into that a long time ago, and it has to be proven that you have to be able to.
You have to prove that Dylan and Bethany knew people died in that house, and they didn't call 911. Exactly. You're never proving that. You can't read people's minds.
That's the biggest.
No, I think a lot of the weirdness surrounding this is because they're hiding that for that very reason. I can sort of see it. Like nobody wants to see innocent victims go to jail for obstruction of justice unnecessarily. If there's a good reason for that 8-hour, if they were hiding, for example, let's say they were hiding drugs. Let's say they had like an 1/8 of weed or something stupid, and they're just dumb kids, and they're like, "Fuck, we gotta get rid of our weed." Something really stupid like that. You would want to bury that because you wouldn't want that to be in it. You wouldn't want those kids to fry for something so stupid, right? But the problem is, if you start trying to cover that up, I mean, it gets in the way of a murder investigation, and that's what appears to have happened here.
Right, right. And I see it on both sides. I do. I understand. And he's right, because I did have at one point go back and look at why in the hell are they not and cannot charge them for not calling 911 for obstruction of justice, whatever you want to call it, blah, blah, blah. Again, that's a huge problem and a huge point. You have to prove, and it pisses me off. You have to prove that they knew that they were dead. And we can't. We can't like force them to say that they knew. Which
I don't think
they
any of us want to
could.
see that happen to Dylan and Beth. It's not that I want Dylan and Bethany to get charged or suffer.
I just want them to tell the truth. That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
you just got to give me a story that I can swallow.
Sure.
And the whole "never mind, nothing happened here" story, just that doesn't work. It doesn't work with this case. We need something more truthful, and trying to keep that from us. It's hard for anybody to. How are you going to try anybody when you're covering shit like that up?
No, I agree. I get that and fully agree with you. And that's what I'm saying.
No, it's a huge issue. It's just not consequential to people being murdered or not.
Do you have a theory as to what that is all about, Twiz? I mean, you clearly you don't think that they just had no idea.
Meaning who?
They're
the
just
roommates?
I would say right now they're just dumb kids. And they were scared.
And you don't think there's any involvement at all within like them knowing or having guilty knowledge of involvement in the beginning of it?
Who knows?
Right. I got you.
Again, I think it's crazy that they didn't go look at the house and see what was going on, especially after people weren't answering texts or calling. That doesn't mean anything other than people were murdered in the house and they didn't investigate it. Should they have? Yes, of course. They should have done a lot of things.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. So going forward, moving on a little bit, what do you think that Cy is going to commence to move forward to push to bring accountability to law enforcement with this?
I mean, you would think.
I mean, in what way do you think he'll do it?
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear from what he said that if law enforcement didn't mess up, like we wouldn't even be in this issue. Like, had they investigated this the proper way from the beginning, it would have been a lot more clear. There wouldn't be these issues, and it would just be Brian did it, right?
Oh, of course. Somebody's got an echo. Hold on, I know what it is. Don't worry about it. I got it. Anyway, yeah, no, I get it. What I'm asking is just an opinion based.
The energy's been great. Huge audiences.
Oh no! Oh, stop that!
Somebody's phone.
Jesse with his sports.
It's okay.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Oh fuck!
The original rings.
There we go. Just temporarily, I'll fix it. What I was asking though is just in an opinion based statement. Like, do you think that there's going to be some sort of like? I mean, I don't know what he can do in this option. Is he going to go public and say, okay, this person, or these people, or this organization needs to be held accountable for this because of this, and this? Or do you think he's just going to let the paperwork do its thing? Or that's just, like I said, just an opinion is what I was wondering.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you can do other than public, but I mean, like, what else do people need to know? The investigation was crap, and it could get, if Brian did it, a murderer set free because the investigation was crap. And it didn't have to be crap. All they had to do was follow the rules and there wouldn't be that issue.
So do you think that that's what it is? Do you think it's incompetence, or do you think, because he said the words himself more than once, that it was there were things intentionally done? So that's what my curiosities are about.
Yeah, I mean, it could be both, but it's really hard to say without Cy giving specifics, like what was intentionally done or what piece of evidence was intentionally done. Now, what it sounds like, because again, Cy's going to be talking about his expertise, right, is that they should have known that wasn't Brian driving between Moscow and Pullman. And when they knew that, they didn't go back and fix it, which they should have. That's an intentional act.
Exactly.
Right?
Right.
So, like,
Go ahead,
there's plenty of things that could have been fixed from what we even know today that weren't fixed, right? But it still doesn't mean Brian didn't do the crime.
The problem is whether he did the crime or not, they didn't go about this case properly. They didn't follow the proper steps. They didn't follow the proper procedures. So how is that fair? How is it fair that they just mess up at every single turn, at every single level, and they get to automatically do a rerun and all of this and
That's my biggest issue.
not bear any consequence? Because honestly, like, how is it fair that the prosecution's allowed to fuck up and
it's not
it's an injustice, really. I mean, with all the screw ups, regardless of what Sai says, just because they fuck up doesn't mean it's okay for them to screw it up and then still be able to get these motions pushed out, this, that, and everything else, just because the state made a mistake. Sorry,
that's the problem, and that's that. Like, okay, let me point something out again. I gotta mute you real quick, Moto, just for a minute.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's not. I get it. Sai himself pointed something out that was massive. Okay, and it should have been. And I blew up about it at that point. Okay, he pointed out, and something we already knew. We all knew it. That Jennings blatantly fucking lied on record, on camera, to the judge, and he just fucking bounced it off like it was nothing when she stated that they didn't have the data. Sai himself told everybody they had all the fucking data. They had everybody's data. They had 6 months worth of data. All of it was there, and she lied about it. Why? These things need to be dealt with first and foremost, okay? Along with all this other shit going on, but it needs to be dealt with because she did it. The entire defense knew about it. I'm sure that it had to have been known by the prosecution knew about it, but I'm sure the defense had to know about it as well, okay? And that's what one of my biggest questions is why is nothing being done about that? I sent off 2 emails to the Department of Justice saying this, that, this, and that. What the hell is going on and why? And nobody's responding to anything. My biggest issue is that with all of this, why are they just allowing these things to happen?
For
Brian
sure.
or no Brian? That's my biggest fucking problem because guess what, guys? And it's always been my biggest fucking problem is how who's going to be next? Let me put it that way. Who's going to be next to be the person that goes through this? Guilty or not guilty? And how many other people are going to deal with this? What if Brian is guilty? Okay, fine. They got one right the wrong way, but they got one right. What if the next one is completely innocent? And so on and so forth. That's my biggest fucking problem with this entire thing. Because it can happen to anybody. Twiz, Jesse. Well, Jesse's in another country, but...
it could really happen to Jesse.
Did you guys see the chat where they said Twiz cough twice if you're being held against your will? I like that.
All these people being like, they got to Sai somehow. They didn't get to Sai. Y'all need to chill out.
Thank you, Kawanda. Real quick. Dumb kids, no way, no proof, because Snapchat.
I'm just kind of
messages.
Sorry, Chris, but like I'm just kind of confused. I mean,
thank you, Kawanda.
What changed your stance so much?
What changed what?
What's changed your stance?
Oh, this is like the funniest part about all this, right? Because I've said for a long time when my opinion changed to Brian being innocent, right? Like before, I was like, he might have done it. I don't know. There's no proof. We haven't seen anything, but there's something that happened that I was like, oh, this dude is innocent, right? Guess what that is?
What's up?
Well, Dago should know. I've told him. Jesse should know. I've told him. Eddie should know for sure.
It's been a while. I don't remember.
Cy Ray showed you that he was where he was and where
Cy Ray didn't show me shit.
Okay. I got it.
But it's the alibi.
Oh, yeah.
The alibi came out, and I was like, oh, he was at the park. You look at all the information, with the given information that we had, it's completely possible that Brian was at the park, right? Now what Sai is saying, it makes that impossible. There's no way he was at the park that night. At least during the time of the crime.
Sai's also speaking out of 2 sides of his mouth. Like,
According to
You
who?
don't know what's right and what's right and what's wrong.
Well, I mean, you might not. But okay, so here's the thing. What they told us is that Brian connected to cell phone tower south of Moscow, right? What Sai said during that interview probably went over most people's heads, which is why people aren't freaking out about it like I did. But he said the loked board data puts Brian directly south of Moscow, and they know the exact route that he came back to Pullman from. That can't be possible if he was at the park. The alibi is complete shit. Again, I haven't said Brian Koberger committed the crime. I'm just saying he looks a lot less innocent now. There are still ways where all of that could be true and Brian didn't commit the crime or didn't stab somebody, right? He could have been the driver. There's plenty of ways, but the alibi is complete shit.
Wasn't the alibi always complete shit though? Because I mean, I just don't understand.
Yeah.
Unless you can put him at the house, does it really
You
matter?
don't have to put somebody at the house though, Jesse.
I kind of think you do.
I mean, you can think that. That's fine. But like, I could walk into a house tonight, right? And walk out of the house, and there's no evidence that I was in that house. I was still in that house.
But we can't put you in jail until we get enough evidence to put you in jail. And it makes it
again, I'm with you, but listen to Sai's words. He said there's no direct evidence Brian Koberger committed a crime. There's just a bunch of stuff pointing towards him to make him the best suspect.
Quiz, I'm going to ask you a question.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like every case where you put an innocent man in jail and find.
You're right.
That's what that sounds like to me.
That doesn't mean that he didn't do it, though.
No, but you can't put somebody in jail because he might have done it. You have to actually prove he did, and in order to do that, it certainly goes a long way if you can even.
You don't actually have to prove that he did something. You have to get a jury to believe that he did something.
Well, hypothetically,
I'm not defending this. I'm not defending this situation. Okay, like the jury system has a lot of issues with it. The justice system has a lot of issues with it. What I am saying is there doesn't have to be evidence that he was in that house for him to have been in that house.
Okay, but
they could still convict him on that because 12 idiots are on the jury.
Agreed.
I'm with you.
I mean, that is a good point. Unfortunately, that it's a fact. So
let's say Brian didn't go in that house and didn't kill anybody. Okay, still possible, right? And they convict him anyway. That's an issue.
The problem is the way it's outlined by the state seems highly unlikely, and you know, as you're saying, Brian might be involved. Brian might have done this. I mean, yeah, I can go along with all that, but Brian might have killed all four of them in 15 minutes with multiple weapons without getting any DNA in his car, home, or office. That becomes a stretch.
Okay, let's say he was in that house for 40 minutes. That's possible.
That's not the case's hypothesis.
It doesn't matter.
I know I see what you're saying, and I understand both sides again. I get it, but do you think? Let me ask you again. This is an opinion twist. Do you think that he could have killed them all by himself?
I would have a hard time believing that.
Okay, that's what I thought.
At least in that time frame. I'm getting Sai is telling everyone the state's story is shit. We're all saying the state's story is shit. Yeah. Brian Koberger could still be guilty.
Could still be guilty is fine, but
there's nothing that shows that though.
I didn't just say he could be guilty. So I kind of implied that he was guilty.
And listen, I said this.
Sai thinks that he's guilty. It's his opinion. He thought Karen Reed was guilty too. I don't know if you guys remember that part. He was wrong about that.
He thinks Alan's guilty. He thinks Alan's guilty too. Yes, I know.
Yeah, I mean, again. That's my whole point from the beginning was take Sai's expertise seriously. Take his opinions as opinions.
It's just not appropriate for him to be opining the way he did, in my opinion.
And that's fine.
Yeah, I agree with. They are. Hi, Kim. By the way, sorry.
Hi.
Hi, Cam.
Yes, I haven't seen you in so long.
Hi, Cammers.
That they are his opinions, but I think, and that's the one thing I do agree with, is he probably should have just kept that to himself. It's easier that way without, but he's doing an interview. What would he have talked about? Nothing. And like I said, if he'd have delved into anything else that was in his book, the whole chat would have probably left. Everybody that was there wanted to hear about the Koberger. That was it. So I get it. I do.
I mean, a lot of the problems is the questions being asked, right?
That's what I thought, and that's why I think that it would have been a whole different case, and I think it will be if it happens, if Lana does an interview, because she's going to ask different questions than they were asking.
I would love to ask Cy some questions.
I agree with you. Fully agree with you. I know it won't happen, but I'm going to send her, if she does the interview with him, I'm going to send her some questions I have, and hopefully she'll ask them. Yeah, I have questions, big ones.
Like I can poke holes in some of what Cy says too, but it's just his opinions. It's not that big of a deal.
Do you think it has? Let me ask you this real quick. Sorry, Kim. 1 second. Do you think any of this has anything to do with law enforcement, the whole law enforcement brothers in blue type thing, Twiz?
With Cy?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify thoughts on that, because that's one of my biggest feelings on it. Thank you, Lord.
That doesn't mean that he's wrong, though.
I know. I'm not saying that. I just wanted to say, because that's something I've thought too. And he could be right and still have the same feeling, is all I'm saying. Thank you. And real quick, guys, let me do this real fast. Laura Diane dropped 5 new memberships. They go to Doc McClendon, Psycho Stench, Amberese, Astastic, Starry Night, and I think that's it. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you so much for that. Again, Laura, God bless, hon. Go ahead, Kim. Sorry about that.
So I wanted to go back to, you said Cy could completely map Brian's return back to Pullman going south, right, Twiz? So I remember back when we thought, it was Wawa Park, and he left his apartment and he went that way. And we had timed it out, because I was like, could he make it from the time it would take from 247 to make it to Wawa Park? Could he make it back to the house? It would be by the skin of his teeth. But if he doesn't go to Wawa Park, and to me, it seemed like Cy did not address. I don't think they have I don't know if he has the data. I don't know what's going on with that. Where he gets picked up from going the opposite way from Moscow, but then somehow making it to Moscow. And you're saying he went north. Okay. He could do that. He could go north. He could drive around where he would ping, because all he's doing is pinging on a tower that services the house. Correct?
No. Cy has his GPS data.
But
that's what Lokdbor is. It's GPS.
But I just went through his whole entire report the other day.
Sure.
Well, he didn't exactly put him anywhere.
I haven't read the report, so I don't know what's in there, to be honest. What I'm telling you is that Lokdbor data is GPS.
It's haven't read Cy's report yet.
Well, then he didn't put it anywhere.
Oh, that would be something. I'm just saying, because that's pretty important. And
his report was brutal. I mean, brutal. I mean, what he said on the custody queens is completely, I won't say contradictory necessarily. It was just completely separate from what's in his report. His report was they omitted data. They made intentional mistakes, not accidents.
Did his report say that Brian was innocent ever?
Evidence.
I think what Cy was on this case for was because the state's case sucked and their investigation sucked. He was just trying to get that cleared up. I don't think he was ever there because he thought Brian was innocent.
Cy was brought into peer review for someone else, and then he took it upon himself and saw all of the mistakes that were made, called it all kinds of names. Just blatant called the FBI special agent out by name, and said that the entire thing is completely wrong.
He said there was no evidence.
Yeah, no evidence. And there was exculpatory evidence that was withheld. and all kinds of.
Okay, but what's the exculpatory evidence that he's talking about?
His location. Because
When?
They lied.
Where?
They lied every single time, every time period that they had.
Right, and what they said that his car was doing was driving from Moscow to Pullman on the highway, which was wrong, right? So that this is the whole point. Is Cy's saying that their investigation is shit. They're saying a car is Brian's when it clearly isn't. It's 100% proof. All Brian had to do was go a different way.
He's saying that based on where, like he said, based on what his phone was doing and where he was when
At what time?
When the phone went off.
Yeah.
Makes it, and then
254.
after that, they're missing everything. So they intentionally, the state I'm talking about, removed the data so he can't see it and doesn't have it. But he said it is exculpatory. It looks exculpatory to Brian.
Okay.
Real quick, guys. Let me say, not up here, but everybody in the chat too. Let's try to be polite, please. Everybody has differences of opinions, and I don't want this to turn into let's kill each other because we're not like that, none of us. So let's be fair, please, and be nice if we can. I get it. I understand there's frustration, differences of opinion on both directions. So let's just keep it real the way we always do. Thank you. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
So yeah, his report was like extremely important. I like his report was a slam dunk, I thought. The other thing I wanted to ask is, and then I'm gonna go because I can't stay up here long. The interview, and it was very fast, but when they were talking about Wawa Park, Kristen asked the question and Cy goes, "Oh, you mean in the morning?"
Yep. Because he didn't go there that night.
What? So
yep.
You think?
Wait, stop, back up.
But I thought you just.
Let me hear that again. Say that again.
Okay.
So Kristen asked the question about Wawa Park, and Cy said, "Oh, you mean in the morning?" Like he said it like it was like so fast. It was just so fast.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody picked up on it. You know.
Do you know why she asked that question?
I don't even remember. She just said like, "What?"
No,
about
because somebody DM'd her because I was talking about it in chat, and I know who it is, and I know what they asked. They were asking that question because of what I was asking in chat.
What were you asking?
I don't remember at that exact time, but it was something about the alibi. I'm telling you, the alibi is complete shit.
All right, so
wasn't his alibi that he was driving around?
Well, and that it included the finality of it was that he was at Wawa Park, so on and so forth. So
correct.
So then, what you're saying, because I missed pieces of that, Kim, because I was back and forth with it, is that I heard him say it, but I didn't catch the way it was framed. You know what I mean? The way he was speaking on it was that Brian was there, but he wasn't there. He said in the morning, but does that mean 4 a.m. in the morning, or does that mean 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning? That's
He said something about it afterwards. He said the word after.
Okay, got you.
Because like what it seemed to me beforehand, right, is that he went to Wowawai Park that night around the time of the murders, and then went back there after the Costco trip and stuff.
Okay, that's what I didn't catch.
I didn't get that from that.
That Lana was saying that Cy implied that's where he went to dump his clothes and the K-bar.
Yeah,
that's what Lana was saying this morning.
Well, yeah, in the morning, that's the first thing I was thinking. Oh, he went after the crime, so that's where he hid everything.
And Lana's take on that, which I agree with, is if that's how you feel, why weren't more resources dedicated to, you know what I mean? Like you can hypothesize.
Well, that's what Cy was saying too. Cy said in that interview, had they looked at his actual location data, the Lokebor stuff that he has access to, maybe they could have gone and investigated and seen if Brian left anything there.
That's one of the things I've been saying the whole time is they should have been able to track his movements and recover.
So there it goes back to the state's case being fucked again.
Yeah,
because
exactly. That's the problem. The state's case is fucked. And
right.
There's nothing that puts Brian at the house. There's nothing that puts Brian in the car. There's nothing that puts his car going to Moscow. Okay, so if you can't put any of those things together, then how the hell can you say that Brian was at the house?
And that's why it needs to be pulled apart like that. I fully agree with that.
It's. I mean, yeah, you can't have your
They
cake and
they
eat it
they
too.
actually can connect that though through the sheath and his DNA. Does that mean that's how it happened? No, it's a story. But could you get a jury to believe it? Yes, they can.
Yes, but Twiz, at the same time, you can move a knife sheath that has DNA on it.
That's what I was just about to say. You realize that that's just a movable object, and it's not the actual murder.
That's what I think everybody's issue is with it. Yeah.
It's
Well,
not
the most important thing is the other unknown male DNA that's on the sheath in blood.
That they refuse
For sure.
to test.
And in the house.
So
again,
if you're gonna tell me that just because there's Brian's DNA on the knife sheath that can be moved, and there's 4 other people, or there's other people's DNA on that knife sheath, each of those people that have DNA on that knife sheath are as fully culpable as BK is. So
they should be potentially.
But you still technically can't say that BK was the guy, because you can't. You have to try to rule him out as per the other people. So
I mean, it is. Go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, so like, again, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If there's other unknown male identities on that knife sheath, they're just as guilty as BK at this point.
Okay, what if Brian stabbed somebody else and their blood got on the sheath and it's something completely different?
Well, if it's the victim's blood that's on the knife sheath, and
I didn't say the victims. It could have been something else. Maybe Brian stabbed somebody the week before. We just don't know about it.
Thank you, Kawanda.
Yeah, but maybe somebody else, maybe the other person's DNA on the knife sheath is the one that fucking stabbed Brian. Who knows?
Has Thai spoken on, and if he did, I missed it. I'm sorry, but I want to ask about that too. Has anybody heard him bring up the blood DNA that was never tested or any of that stuff? Did he speak on that at all?
I don't think he knew about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
How convenient.
That's wild.
Before we get too far ahead, this conversation moves so fast. This is something moments ago that I wanted to ask. To Twiz, what document is you're referring to?
The alibi.
This alibi. What document do we refer to find the official alibi about whatever you said about Wawa Park? I think you said that he was not there, right?
I will send it to Dago. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Thank you. Is that what you're eating, Jesse?
Oh, yeah. It's really good. I got to tell you, pickled egg salad with pickles, celery, red onions, fresh dill, mayonnaise, a bit of Dijon, salt and pepper with some nice soda crackers. Oh, it's just...
You know, you're supposed to, when you bring stuff like that, you're supposed to bring enough for the whole class. Ask him. He'll tell you.
Right, well, anybody that wants to come visit me will get fed well.
I've never had a pickled egg.
What?
I've never had a pickled egg. I don't even know what it is. Oh, those purple things? Is it purple?
Yes, they're purple.
Never had one.
You're missing.
Mine are white, actually.
You haven't lived until you've eaten a pickled egg.
Yeah, they're good. They're very
Eddie?
good.
I have a request for Eddie.
Are you sending that Twiz through Discord or through email?
Discord.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Eddie?
Yes, Jesse.
So I would like to ask you if there's any way you can check the wording of the alibi. Does the wording explicitly say he was at Wawa Park, or does it say that he was driving around and he occasionally likes to go to Wawa? I thought it was vague on purpose, and which was why people criticized it so much, is because the alibi never really said where he actually was. That's how I remember it being. Do you remember it that way, Eddie?
I remember it the same way, but I'll try to find it.
Here's the document right here. This was filed April 17th of 24, and it says, notice the defendant's supplemental response to the state's alibi demand, which we all remember they needed the finality of it, so on and so forth. And it says, comes now, Brian. I'm not reading all that. Mr. Koberger moved to Pullman, Washington, June of 22. As an avid runner and hiker, he explored many areas of the Palouse. Of note, he explored Wawa Park. in July of 22, and this became a favorite location. After the school year began, Mr. Koberger was busy with classes and work at Washington State University. His running and hiking decreased, but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. This is supported by data from Mr. Koberger's phone showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Koberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th of 22, as he often did, to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, Idaho, including Wawa Way Park. And then it says the partial corroboration here states that Mr. Koberger intends to offer testimony of Cy-Ray, CSLI expert, cell tower, cell phone, and other frequency curricula vitae is attached to show that Brian Koberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on November 13th of 22. That Brian's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video, along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's Cannabis Shop. Again, additional information as to Mr. Koberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Koberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. And that's it. So, I mean,
so that alibi really sucks, but it doesn't really say he was at Wawa Way Park during the crimes.
No, it doesn't. It just
it's all, that part is also irrelevant to anything that happened. So why is it in there?
Well, yeah, it sucks. It's a terrible alibi. But we all said it. In fact, when he released this alibi, I was on a live show with somebody who used to be part of this particular community, and I said, "Okay, well, that's it. He's guilty." I said that as soon as we were reading this, and I said, "There's no way you're going to admit to be driving around in no specific place unless you're guilty." And then that's what I said at the time.
But this part here is important, I believe, where it says that Cy's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborates Mr. Koberger's alibi. It was not preserved or withheld, or has been withheld. So there is, and Cy has stated this himself as well, if I remember correctly, that there is exculpatory evidence that has either been purposely withheld or lost or whatever the fuck they do with this shit when they do this. Okay.
And what if he's just referring to his car not being on the highway, which we know?
Well, we already knew that, yeah.
In his detailed report,
that's my point.
In the detailed report that he brought out, he specifically tells you every single time that he believes what he believes is exculpatory and why.
Right. So there again, it still states, I get what he's saying, and I understand it, and I understand why people are stressed about it. Hold on a minute, you guys. I have to. 1 minute. Where the hell did it go?
So this is what I don't understand. Cy-Ray specifically says in his report so many times, there's all this exculpatory evidence to Brian, but then talks out of the side of his mouth and completely speculates that Brian was likely to do this. What are you going to believe? Are you going to believe what he puts down on paper?
Exculpatory doesn't mean innocent.
No. And that's what I was getting ready to say. I was just looking for the thing. Here's what I think this is all about. Hold on a minute, Moto. I got to mute you for a quick second. Okay. It's a very hard reach for this, okay? I understand people are seriously struggling with this because it's a complete contradiction in terms with what people see it as, okay? Because he says it so many ways that there's massive exculpatory evidence towards him that was hidden, whatever they did with it, okay? At the same time, he says that he thinks that Brian is the one that did this. He sees something that we don't see. He's seeing something that we don't see in my opinion, that makes him believe that Brian did this or could have been the one that did this. And he did base it on certain terms that he said, based on which I do disagree with him stating it, mental illness issues and things like that. But that's his opinion, whatever. I agree he shouldn't have put it out to the public, but again, he did. And we can't change that
What if
now.
he has a diary where he's just like writing fantasies about killing people and we just don't know it exists?
That's what I was getting ready to go back to again. The other day when he said this, guys, it made me start thinking. He claimed that whether, like you said earlier, Twiz, like somebody could have told him or showed him and said, dude, you don't get it. He's the guy because of this. Now, remember something, as I brought up earlier, the Brothers in Blue thing. I trust people that maybe we don't know to trust, okay? And he's going to take somebody's word on something that we wouldn't normally do because we don't know that person. It could be somebody that he worked with, that he trusts, that he knows, whatever, said, this is the man, this is the guy, and this is why. Like, that's a good point you brought up. I was trying to think of a way to put it, but if it is something that maybe in Brian's writings that he wrote some crazy shit, and people, like I said,
But Dago, can I say something real quick? Dago, whenever they asked him what his reasonings were of why he thought Brian was guilty, he named off 5 things that are completely we've already debunked.
Because he can't tell us, Sweet Pea.
I know. Well,
the actual reason,
I know,
I think.
But could his other 4 reasons be some sort of true, like something? Because every reason he gave is not there. That's not a reason.
I think it has something to do with his psyche. I think it has something to do with his psyche, Val. I'm telling you, I can't get away from that now.
I just don't think he should have said.
I agree. I just said it. I agree.
Regardless of what it is, if it was so goddamn strong evidence or something that was so tangible that you would have to say that it was BK, they would have put that out front and center. There was no way they would have held it behind a closed door.
I know one of the things that he's using to suggest that Brian's guilty, and that's that debunked story about Brian breaking into a girl's home so that he could later install security cameras. I think that story has been at least half debunked.
Every single thing that he.
How do you know that?
Debunked.
Well, because he was never.
Know that was what he did. You can't.
Well, because if he did it, he would be charged for it for one thing. And I think
but how do you know that Cy thinks that? Where did he say that?
Well, I don't. This is me speculating. This is my speculation. Yeah,
but just wanted to clarify that.
And I'm basing that speculation on a lot of the other stuff that Cy says, like that.
But you have nothing to base that speculation on, right?
Well, isn't that what we're doing here?
Cy doesn't have anything to base his speculations on either. And his speculation is that
you're the man.
Everything that he's shown in any sort of report has sort of shown that they can't put Brian where they need to put Brian in order to commit these crimes.
I think it all comes down to an opinion, you guys. I think it's
that's exactly what it comes down to. It's just Cy's opinion.
That's what I mean. I think it all comes down to his opinion as a former law enforcement officer. Think about
at the end, Cy literally said, "You guys know how much my opinions are worth. They're just his opinions. Like it's not that serious."
I think he was there to be a bad actor and to not want to talk about what his actual report said because it makes Brian what it is that he's not involved, that he can't prove that he was.
I'd still like.
He literally flat out said there's no hard evidence Brian committed this crime. So I said that multiple times.
Yeah,
the state has said that there's no hard evidence, right? There's just a bunch of things that point in one direction.
I'd still like anybody to tell me an example of a defense expert actually coming out publicly and saying that the defendant was guilty. I just find that wildly inappropriate. I've never heard of it before. And can anybody give me an example of where this has happened and it's been okay? Because I can't think of one.
I think we all agree on that one. And I don't.
Just because he was there as a defense expert doesn't mean he was trying to prove Brian innocent either.
That's not the point. The point is
that's kind of the point.
Because if you've based your entire career and your reputation on there's a norm, a standard in the legal community where it harms your irreputable harm if you go out and violate that. That's a code. You don't go out and talk about the guilt of a defendant when you've worked on the defense. And that's
he's also not a defense expert.
Well, he was acting
only in this one case.
He was acting as one in this case. But I'm just saying, I don't think you'll find any other defense experts coming out and saying they think the defendant's guilty, and I think it's a big problem. I mean, I think it should never happen.
Everything you just said could be 100% true. Cy shouldn't have said that, and Brian could still be guilty.
That's not the point. That was not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is why Cy's a smart guy. He's smarter than you. He's smarter than me, in my opinion. So if I know that, he knows that. Why is he doing it? And there's got to be a reason for that. And I've already opined on what I think that reason is.
Because he's a bad actor.
Well, again,
I honestly think Cy's completely won his mission here, because I think he honestly came here just to divide us again.
100%. 100%.
I think this is the whole. I think it's a rabbit hole. It's a red herring, and he's just out here making us flip our lids over dumb shit.
Well, I will say this, and this is just a at that point opinion that I had, and I think I already spoke on it. And I think we've seen this happen already. Okay, and I've said it when I said it last time. I said the same thing. I do believe in Cy's expertise because he is, in my opinion, the best at what he does in that aspect. Okay, he created that shit, but it makes me wonder, and I know what you're going to say, Twiz, and it's not meant to sound the way it's going to come off, but it almost sounds like somebody went to him and said, "Look, you started this shit. Okay, when you put out your affidavit, you started this shit. You need to fix this shit." And set the record straight for this. And it almost come off to me that way. And again, just my opinion is that's that may have what have happened. I don't know why I can't talk today. But anyway, it looked that way in a sense, like somebody went to him and said, "You put this out there, you became the savior. Everybody thought you were gonna prove Brian's," which I said a long time ago. He's never gonna come out and say Brian didn't do this. He's just gonna show what he does with the cast info and say how the investigation was fucked and how they screwed it up and what they did. But hold on, it's driving me nuts. I'm sorry. But at the same time, like I said, it almost looked like somebody went to him and said, "You started this by putting out that affidavit. Now you need to correct this." And that was my opinion the other day when I saw that. Now, is that true? I have no idea. Okay. It very likely probably isn't, but that's how I saw it at that point in time. And I wondered, because he is trying to sell his program, his book. He works with law enforcement. It doesn't look good when you call them out and say that they've done a shit ass job and point people out that way. Again, trying to protect his livelihood in some senses. And maybe it does look as though somebody could have threatened him with that.
I 100% agree, Dago.
And that was my opinion. I'm not thinking like that he's, how can I put this? Nefariously coming out here to throw the investigation. That I didn't see it that way, if that makes any sense. I saw it in another sense, if that makes it sound better. That's the only way I can explain the way I saw it. But again, we don't know any more than what we know. That's the biggest problem. We don't know that we know as much as he knows. But then in turn, he turns around and says that he doesn't keep up with the documents. So I got to wonder, with everything we've just seen in the documents, the newer documents, I should say, does he realize if he hasn't kept up with those, the way the things have changed? And is this a previous opinion? And if he were to read the new documents, would it change his frame of mind, do you think? Again, another question I've had, because when he said that, he hasn't kept up on all this stuff.
That's my problem.
I wonder if it has changed based on his report. And his report was dropped last year, I think it was, right?
And especially if he were to see, like, in combination with his own report and seeing all the things that had happened that should not have happened.
He has called that out.
Right. I mean, I feel like we need to just stick with the report, and his report speaks for itself, and he was clearly speaking out of his wheelhouse on probably 2 hours of the interview that he did, of the 3-hour interview or whatever.
That's my full belief. Like, take his report for what it is. Trust his expertise. Fuck his opinion. We all have different opinions. I don't give a shit about his opinion.
And his opinion is the same opinion as the state, so it's like, okay, well, you already heard that before, so whatever.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't give a shit what he thinks. That doesn't have to change our mind.
I want his report and what he was going to testify to, and that's
my whole point. Yes, that's what I'm trying. Hi, B. That's what I'm trying to say. I just care about his expertise on this side of things. His personal opinion, I don't give a shit what he thinks. It doesn't matter to me.
And
it never has.
And he cannot. And the plain and simple is he can't put Brian there, and that's it.
But before you say anything, Jesse, I agree. He shouldn't put it out there. Yes, I do agree. Whether you were going to say it or not, if it's his personal opinion, because it's different than you or I or Twiz or Eddie making a statement like this. Because, and I don't mean this in a detrimental way, guys. We're nobody. We're not experts, okay? And I do agree, experts shouldn't say that, okay? They should not do that, especially if they're working on the case in general. Fully agree with that. Keep your fucking opinion to yourself. Give us your report. Let's go forward from there. That's 100% what I feel. I don't care what he thinks because I don't agree with him, and that's okay. Could Brian have done it? I'm sure anything's possible. Do I think Brian did it? Not by any way, means, shape, or form, because nothing else points to it. That's why I don't believe it, and that's the only reason why. So,
and if Brian did do it, he probably was part of it, but not. I still think
not hands-on.
I still think this crime has a motive. As I said, the victimology suggests that these kids were involved in enough shit that their lifestyle and what was going on at that house had something to do with this crime. And the 8-hour delay also suggests that. So if you're telling me that Brian was a driver accompanied by some other people, I could maybe buy that. But again, not as a sole, like a Ted Bundy, this whole theory of all by himself, Ted Bundy style, for no reason, just for kicks, that I'm just not buying that. I'm not buying that at all.
I'm also not buying the Dylan was in it like some drunk idiot and has nothing to do with, and obviously you can't go into that room and see all the blood and not know her friend's dead.
There's no 8-hour delay for a random psychopath killer. The 8-hour delay has to be a product of. I'm telling you, the 8-hour delay is the clue to the motive, and the fact that they're trying to stop us and blocking us from that, to me, indicates that's what they're trying to cover up.
Well, and the fact that they were trying to say that they were asleep the entire time, and they led us to believe that for over a year.
That's the thing.
That's the
when we talk about what our opinions are. This isn't our opinion.
No.
They lied.
It's
not my opinion that they lied.
No.
Their statements contradict one another. Therefore, one of those statements has to be a lie. And they said they were sleeping, then they weren't sleeping, then they were on the phone the entire time they were supposed to be sleeping. Their statements are inconsistent. Their statements are misleading and untrue, and they lie.
If you're telling the truth, you wouldn't need to go through all that.
Eddie, I would love to hear more from Eddie.
I'm tongue-tied. I don't dare say anything. I'm going to hold my peace.
Like I said, you guys, at this point, I don't want to sound disrespectful or rude, but it's his opinion. I don't give a fuck what he thinks. I don't. And
especially
everybody,
after what you said, I
right,
definitely don't give a fuck what he thinks. Fuck.
I don't. It doesn't matter. I do want to hear what his wheelhouse, his expertise. That's 100% important to me.
Correct.
Beyond that, in your own personal opinion, it doesn't matter. It's not that important to me.
But what I care about is why is that opinion coming out now?
And I understand. I agree. Like I
to me
said,
is a clue to something. I mean, he's aware of what's appropriate and what's not appropriate.
He's pissed that Turvey. I think he's pissed that Turvey gave us more ammunition or something like that, because he definitely had something against Turvey during doing that.
well, I'm going to reiterate that I think that him and Ann Taylor are close. I think they're close. I think they work closely together. And I think, I hate, for lack of sounding juvenile, he's supporting a friend in an aspect and a coworker, a colleague by, he doesn't care for Turvey. Turvey's arrogance, his ego, whatever you want to call it, and the way that Turvey kind of assaulted Ann in some senses by what he did. I think that Cy, in a sense, disagrees with that personality trait, possibly, and is saying, no, I that's how I see it, at least.
Is it possible if he's close to Ann and he feels that Brian's guilty, that Ann feels the same way? In fact,
whether she does or doesn't, it doesn't matter.
Should I say probable?
Well, even if she does, it doesn't matter. She's going to do, I believe, in my opinion, I'm sorry. In my opinion, I believe she's going to do her job no matter what. Okay. Because looking at the way she's done things, and I know other people disagree with me, and I still love you guys regardless. I don't think Ann is going to falter to her own personal opinion as an attorney, as a defense attorney. I don't believe that at all. I think she's too good for that. Okay. She's going to fight for, I'm sure that her and her, Jesus Christ, Cy have had conversations. I'm sure that they're both on the same bus as far as how fucked up the LE has been, Latah County has been with everything. And I'm sure they both see it for what it is. And they've discussed it. And they're both fighting for that point at the very least. Whether she thought Brian was guilty or not guilty, I don't know. I don't want to say that I think she is. Or she does. I definitely don't think that, but Barlow does, and I don't think that Massoff does. That doesn't mean that Ann does or doesn't. Sorry.
I'd hate to think that she's okay with him coming out on these shows saying that Brian's guilty, though.
I agree. And it does,
Could you say that again, Jesse? What did you say?
I'd hate to think that she's okay with him coming out on these shows saying that Brian's guilty.
Well, but he's a cop and he's a prosecuting witness. I mean, he's already said why he's saying what he's saying without saying
it's a professional capacity, I think, based on his background. That's all I think it is. That's why it doesn't matter to me that much.
But he was professional enough to say, I can't speak about this. I can't. Oh.
There goes your mic.
Your mic's gone, bro.
People need to take everyone, like all the experts' opinions, as opinions. Take what they're an expert at as information. But if you go look at some of these experts that get thrown in these cases, they're complete idiots.
A lot of them.
Maybe the expert that you read a report from and believed every word of it, maybe that person is an idiot and they don't know what they're talking about, and you believed it. It's completely possible.
That is a fact, and that's kind of the point I was making. Thank you, Smiling Sleuth. Congratulations on 10 months. Happy Day-Anniversary. And it's great to have you on board. That's a good point. Look at who they brought out already.
Look at that Karen Reed, like the state, that expert that like lied about having a bachelor's and he was talking out of his ass. That's a state expert that doesn't know what they're talking about. Maybe there's state experts that don't know what they're talking about in this case, and we've believed what they've said and taken it to heart and based our opinions off of it, and they're just wrong.
Sutton, look at her fucking opinion. That was about as dumb as it gets. The barnyard. All that bullshit. I mean, there's a lot of these people, they're experts because of what they do. It doesn't mean they're good at it. That's all I'm saying. They may be wrong. People are human. Human is to err is human. People make mistakes. And a lot of these people, I will say, it shouldn't be allowed. But I think some people, especially in a case like this, think about this. I think there's bias out there no matter what you do. Okay? Look at the fucking judge. Tell me he wasn't biased. I'm going to call you a liar to your face. There's no way that dude was not biased, period. Are you good, Jesse? Can you hear me?
Cy seemed to have a big issue with Hitler, too.
Oh, big time. He destroys him in the book. There's no doubt. So it's in my opinion, guys, and again, it's not that important. It's his own personal, private opinion that Brian is guilty to him. I think it's based on his years in law enforcement. And if it's true, completely true, I'll say that, then that's all it is to me. That's why it doesn't matter to me what he thinks that way. What is important is what he would testify to, how that would be taken by the jury, and that's all that matters. As to Brian's guilt or innocence.
And what he was going to testify to showed that he couldn't put Brian there.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean Brian wasn't there, though.
Right, and I get that, your point on that. Yes, I get it.
Maybe Brian was really close to committing the perfect crime and just left the sheath behind, and it fucked him.
Or he wasn't there because we can't prove it.
Either way, it could be one or the other. I don't believe Brian's car was there at that point in time. I don't believe Brian was in the house. These are my opinions now, so they're worth about as much as size are. I don't believe that Brian was in the house. I don't believe his car was there when they said it was. I don't believe that his car was even down in that realm of that area the way they said it was. In turn, I even question the DNA, and you guys know that, okay? Because of the way it was handled. So, again,
well, I mean, that's like the weird thing, especially with Turvey, right? Turvey's not an expert on DNA, but he was talking about DNA.
I know.
Like, I want to hear what Pika says about the DNA.
I do too, big time.
Because we're getting conflicting reports here. Turvey is saying it's 100% not Brian's DNA. Sai is saying it's 100% is his DNA.
That's the point. Go ahead, Kim. What'd you say, hon?
Oh, I was just saying that I think Turvey and Sai both said that the experts, they all got together. Like, they were all in a room together. So I'm sure they were sharing information and having meetings. So I'm sure they've heard some things.
But then they told us at the same time, Kim, that they were all in their own silo. None of them ever got together, but who do you believe and how do you believe? You know what I mean?
And
it doesn't make sense.
The other thing is you have all this, talking about the investigation. You have the judge that never let anything go the defense's way. You have the investigators messing with the evidence so that when it gets to the experts aren't getting the correct information, like mislabeled evidence and all the other stuff they did. Like Dago, remember when we looked at that photo? There was a photo in the house of the swabs they took that sat there until what, February?
Yeah. Big
till
time.
February. Like, and those were swabs of probably key pieces of information that then they want to say, oh, it was low quality, or because you let it sit somewhere for 5 months.
Degraded. I agree.
A lot of effery in this case. Who was doing it? Was the defense doing it? I don't think so. I think it was the people it's the investigators and prosecutors.
Right.
Bill Thompson was the lead, remember? Of the
yes. Welcome, Lana. Happy day anniversary, dear. She said the time of the crime is about to blow. Well,
which makes sense as to why the bad actors are focusing so much on that time of the crime.
Of course.
I think the ending of the crime is pretty solid, but when it starts, who knows?
Yeah,
that's the big issue right there. I agree with you.
It also seems like it could be two separate times for the two pairs of kids, right?
Within the same night, yeah, of course.
This is an interesting thing, right? Because in the reports, there's not a transfer of blood from the 2 bedrooms, right?
No.
But Sai says there is, and Sai is a blood spatter expert.
And that's what I questioned immediately when he made that argument and said, I have to disagree with you. I was like, wait, what? And so where's that at and why? And what is the deal with that?
This is my point. Maybe
that's not in one single report, Twiz. Not one expert has said.
Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe the experts are just bad at their jobs.
Maybe
this is what I'm saying.
They weren't given the information, but I don't know how Sai would know that.
Well, I mean, again, I don't know if you were here earlier, but part of the problem with that interview was the questions being asked, and a lot of follow-ups that should have been asked weren't.
Oh, yeah.
Like, every time Sai said something that wasn't his expertise, somebody should have been like, how do you know that?
Yeah.
Because we're told that they're all compartmentalized. They're not seeing the stuff that they're not there for. Then how does he know that?
Exactly.
Maybe his opinions aren't that important.
I'm not
That's
being
why
rude. I gotta check on dinner. Sorry.
That's why I wanted Lana to do it, because I know Lana would ask that question. Why? How do you know that? And why are you saying that?
Well, you need to
100%.
go off. They should have asked him questions directly from his report the entire time, instead of these things that he had no business speaking about.
All of the reports were even sealed to the experts. See, that's what I'm saying, you guys. And we
So
were told that before. So how do you get that information?
How is he seeing these things then?
That's the whole question. And like Twitch said, that should have been asked right out. And I'm not degrading what they did. Don't get me wrong. You know, that was probably a high stressful situation, but definitely should have been asked that right away. Why do you say that?
This should have been asked with Turvey too. If
I
you're
agree.
talking about stuff that you are not an expert in, how do you know that?
Why do you? Thank you. And if it would have been stated, well, that's my opinion, you shut it down right there. Because
I got one big question for Cy. Have you seen that photo that Turvey's talking about with the hair? Because Cy said it's one hair. That's not a clump.
Yeah, right.
Maybe Turvey is the bad expert we shouldn't be listening to in this situation.
A lot of us
But he's speaking on his own shit versus Cy speaking on it when he shouldn't be.
That doesn't mean he's correct.
No, well, that is true.
We have to, I mean,
we need something that proves he's not correct.
Well, I'm with you, but if Cy saw that picture and there's just one hair, like, I've got some questions for Turvey, some big questions.
And that does make more sense, though. One hair compared to this, because that's how he showed us this. That made, I mean, I don't even know what to think on this anymore. I believe there's hair. But why are you telling us it's a clump?
I think it's an extension of the hair that's on the
floor,
and on the bed frame.
It was probably
his hand was laying on the bed frame next, like with that clump.
Right.
And
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but those hairs, the hair chunks, I'm going to call them chunks, like the one on the floor. I'm sorry, but that looks like somebody was scalped. Like, it's disgusting, but that's what it looks like. Like, I look at that photo and I'm like, my brain can't even comprehend what I'm looking at. It's so disgusting.
Let me explain something with that I didn't realize at first, and it does make more sense now. Let me read this real quick. To maintain an unbiased perspective, you keep the reports and conclusions from experts on exactly. So, and I wasn't even thinking about this when it was brought out that may have been Ethan's hair, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Understanding and knowing the injuries that these people obtained, there were some cuts to the scalp on many of them actually, and it is likely that it could have that his hair could have come out, and he could have been doing this and got it in his hand. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
He needs to explain though the 4 to 6 inches and the reddish blonde hair, because that's not Ethan's hair, regardless.
Wait, no. It's sandy brown hair.
Or Sandy Brown. Sorry,
Sandy Brown.
Sandy Brown. So,
which, if you look at it, kind of does match a little bit. But see, that's the problem. Is somebody came, and this is what pisses me off. I'm not saying Turvey's wrong as an expert, but he came forth and made these statements, and now we're getting some other statements that would contradict some of these things in some turn. And that's where everybody's already confused when it comes to all this shit. And people want to believe this person, they want to believe that person, they don't want to believe this one, and they don't want to believe that one.
That's the problem right there.
Exactly. That is exactly the whole point.
When new information comes out, you should go back and rethink your previous thoughts, like I did with the alibi, like MPD and the FBI didn't do with the evidence. Cy is saying that they were given information proving what they were saying was wrong, and they didn't go back and fix it. That's the issue here.
So Turvey said that he brought the hair to Ann Taylor, and that Ann Taylor was not aware of it. And he said she basically didn't want to have anything to do with it. But Cy Ray said that they knew it was Ethan's hair or it was Xana's hair. They knew about the hair, and they knew that it was inconsequential. And what I got to say is, when Turvey presented the hair to Ann Taylor as if this is bombshell stuff, shouldn't a conversation have been had where Ann Taylor says, listen, we've already looked at the hair. The hair's a nothing burger. Don't worry about it. This is why it's assured him of why, so that it doesn't leave this wide open. Like,
what if she did, Jesse?
How do
what
you
if
know
she
she
did?
didn't?
That's
well,
my
we
point.
Don't,
what if she
well,
did?
That's the thing. We don't know that she didn't.
And maybe that pissed him off because of him. And again, I'm not trying to downgrade him, but we all know the man has an ego, and he definitely believes he's like the hot shit in his department.
Turvey or Cyree or both?
Turvey for sure. Turvey, at least
Wait,
Turvey at this
what
point.
if we know she didn't what? I'm sorry.
What if she did? What if we don't know that Ann did say to Turvey, we already dealt with this, and I appreciate your feelings on this, but I'm moving on past this. I've already done this, and he didn't like her answer to it. You know what I'm saying? What if that was the case? We don't know that.
Well, that would mean he lied, though. Which, I mean, somebody's lying. Obviously, somebody's lying.
Concerning the plea deal, or concerning what?
But again, it makes it hard to believe that Turvey's going to lie.
The hair, Kim. The hair.
And set himself up to get caught in this lie
Yeah.
for no apparent personal gain.
But they found the hair late.
Well, that's just what Turvey's saying. Again, this is what I'm saying earlier. Just because somebody says something doesn't make it true.
But it's they have a list. We know the date that they went back into the house. No, they went back into the locker room, and Ann said, "I want this, save this, I want this, I want that." There's a report of that. I just don't think they labeled it hair. That's probably where they labeled it debris. And so
Right. And what Cy was saying is that it probably is debris. If what Cy said is correct, it's one hair. Turvey's wrong.
Well, and I think, yes. So Turvey could have been, he's a very aggressively talking guy, right? Carlos calls him the flamethrower.
There's a giant problem with that because people will believe confidence.
He's probably like, it's a clump of hair, and it was a hair.
Right.
I don't care if it's one hair or 50 hairs. Find out whose hair that is.
I was just under the impression that the clump of hair he was talking about was part of that hair on the bed frame.
He said it was in Ethan's hand.
Well, I know, but and that he died, and it just kind of came out of his head. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
The things I'm saying, I'm just saying to keep an open mind. I'm not saying I believe it either way. I'm just trying to keep an open mind. That's all. To look at all the options. It just seemed
to me that a conversation should have been had between Ann Taylor and Turvey to avoid this being Turvey basically accusing Ann Taylor of just trying to sweep it under the rug.
Unless she did, and that's why he's pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Jesse. How do you know that wasn't the case? And
so,
when
Turvey you say that, do you mean that
Turvey is purposefully withholding that during that interview, which is also known as manipulating?
It just seems to me that it just seems to make more sense to me that Turvey coming forward in the way he did suggests that he didn't get any answers from Ann. He brought it to her as if he's bringing her some bombshell evidence, and she laughed it away and said, I'm not interested, without explaining to him why she's not interested.
Again, according to Turvey and his say so, but that's hearsay.
No, I know, but if she explained to him what the hair was.
Like Twiz said, it's just hearsay, and you're going with one side of the story and taking it as gospel, not hearing
No, I'm not. I'm using reasoning because it just doesn't make if Turvey was told what that hair is, and that hair is a nothing burger, Turvey's setting himself up to look like a fucking retard. And
for sure.
And Turvey does seem like a bit of, like you guys said, he's a bit of a wild card. He seems like he drinks too much. Who am I to even criticize? But he doesn't seem stupid enough to put himself in that position. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Alanis said Cy has biases. The hair wasn't late. Cy felt that it wasn't important in 23 and 24 when he was the only dick in town. Then Turvey joins the team in 24. Turvey begins from the beginning and called all his stuff out. I'm sorry.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying. That's what makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that Turvey's told this hair's already been tested. It's already been accounted for. It's Ethan's, it's Xana's. Because if he makes a big deal out of it, he's setting himself up to look like a retard. And I don't think he is a retard.
Well, let's not try to use that word, Jesse. If we
Sorry.
People also make mistakes. It could have just been an honest mistake, but calling one hair a clump, I don't think you could honestly make that mistake.
That's a good point. I don't know which way to go, you guys. I'm just trying to stick to what I think is what I believe. And there's too much pulling. Okay, I'm looking at the expert side of this and trying to believe in them as experts, and the others, anything outside of that, I don't care what they think. I don't. As far as that goes, now the expert stuff, it still has to be important. We have to follow the expert opinions that they put in their reports. What other choice do we have? You know,
it just seems that Cy has more to gain from being dishonest here than Turvey does, in my opinion.
And I agree. Again, both of them are professionals. Both of them are experts, and both of them you would think, have a lot on the line with this. Okay, it could destroy their credibility. In both aspects, I think. Especially,
I think Turvey also said he was getting ready to retire, so maybe he doesn't care.
I don't know, but I do have I have issues with both. Okay, I don't understand. I should put. It's not that I don't like it. I don't understand how you're. Okay, I'll take it back to where it's at. How Cy puts the affidavit out that he did, and then you don't back it up per se. Okay, he didn't really. That's why I asked that question earlier. I don't see him doing anything to prove this, to make this happen, to show where the problem is. I don't see that happening. So at that point, it's hard to go any direction with it, and it leaves the trust out there in the rain, getting soaking wet. Okay. So, what word did I say that I shouldn't say? Oh, no, that word. I already said it. I got it. That word. It's all good. I got it. And thank you, Jesse, for understanding. Ann is coming with some mustard. P.S. Neither of these experts should have opened their bingo. Thank you. That is what my point was. Neither one of them should have said anything on their own personal opinions. They should have kept their expert opinions on the table, and anything else should have never been fucking talked about.
Yeah, they need to let the reports speak for themselves. That's all they need to say. Refer to the report. Refer to my report.
That's what I've been saying, 100%. It should have never happened. But again, I do agree with Lana. I think these guys, all of these experts, including fucking Sutton and quite a few others, have these egos. They think they're the best at what they do and don't like to accept that they're wrong. That's my opinion.
But then we also wouldn't get interviews. So whose fault is it really?
That goes back to law enforcement. We know that. And Latah County.
Turvey was representing himself as somewhat of a whistleblower, though.
If that's what you meant.
And he was suggesting that he was coming forward because he believed that Ann Taylor was going to do absolutely nothing. So if absolutely nothing happens, how does that... What kind of a light does that shine on Turvey compared to Cy Ray?
It makes him more credible.
Yeah, but Cy said the same thing. Cy basically was coming forth as a whistleblower on law enforcement. So how do we look at it? You know what I'm saying?
I didn't consider. I don't know. Was he really considered a whistleblower though?
Well, I mean, okay, for lack of better terms, what he's saying is he's pointing out the fact that law enforcement fucked this whole thing up.
You know what?
Is what he's claiming.
If I can say something here quickly, you know what?
Yeah, of course.
It's just starting to be coming clear to me. We should just honestly take Turvey's interview. We should take fucking Cy Ray's interview. We should throw them out, say fuck it, and honestly just, go back to reading the documents, because you know what? Doing this is doing nothing but causing confusion.
Well, it's
causing hysteria. So, I mean, honestly, and honestly, from what we've seen, none of it makes sense. What they say in the interview, what they show on paper, it doesn't add up. So you know what? Fuck them.
Divide and conquer. I mean, it does play out that way if you look at it, like I said before.
We need to go a step further and take it all with a grain of salt. Just because it's in a report doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it right.
You do
just because somebody says it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it right.
No matter who it is.
if the authorities fucked up this much and they fucked up in the beginning, who's to say any of the paperwork's accurate? So what can you believe? Nothing.
Exactly.
That's a good point, Moto.
Well, I think Lana's right that neither of them should have said a damn thing about it. However, if this all just gets swept under the rug and nothing happens, I'm gonna believe that Turvey is more credible than Cy-Ray, and that's the way I'll go to bed at night thinking that.
I'm not arguing with you there, Jesse, and honestly, my personal opinion, and again, it's only worth the toilet paper that I use, but the simple fact is I found Turvey's interview much more credible than Cy-Ray's. At least Turvey stayed in his own lane.
There was problems with Turvey. He sounded arrogant. He sounded like a bit of a braggart and a drunk.
I have issues with both.
How he sounded,
but he
still
didn't sound dishonest.
Regardless to how he sounded, he stuck to his own lane. He didn't go off his beaten path. Whereas Cy is now a blood spatter expert. He's a crime scene investigator.
He was always a blood spatter expert, though.
Yeah, he's got a few things under his belt.
Yeah, but if you're hired in the case to be a cell phone expert,
well, I'm not saying that he was a blood spatter expert on this case. I'm saying he is a blood spatter expert. He could do that work if the defense wanted him to.
Well,
did they? I don't know.
Then fair enough. Then stick to what you were hired to do. Talk about the cell phone data,
right?
And keep your fucking mouth shut about the blood spatter.
Right. Well, and Lana said Turvey's statements blow up Cy's book blow. Damn it! Hold on. Cy's book. What the hell? Okay. Cy's book blows up Turvey's statements. The winner's the consistent one. You decide who has been consistent. The state committed perjury at every step. That's a huge point. Thank you. And that's the most important part right there is the state. And we've said that the whole day. The whole fucking day we've said that. The state is where the fucking problem started and will end with, in my opinion, is they fucked the whole thing up. So granted, these other people have made these mistakes and caused other problems, but it all goes back to the state. Go ahead, Jesse.
So I would like to answer Lana's question when she said, "How the fuck do you speak when you're on an ND and non-disclosure agreement for a capital murder case?" And I agree wholeheartedly. That's what I've already spoken in great detail during this live about that.
Right.
But I will point out that if Turvey's not lying, if Turvey's being 100% honest, I think his statements sort of explain why he had to speak while he was on the NDA. Whereas Cy-Ray, there was no reason. He could have come on or done an interview with Lana or done an interview. There was no reason for him to say, "I feel Brian's guilty." He could have come and just stuck to his report, spoke about his report, or spoke about what it was appropriate, if anything was appropriate for him to speak about. It highly inappropriate, no matter what. There's no excuse for Cy-Ray coming on and saying, "Well, I think based on the preponderance of evidence, Brian should be guilty, or he's the best candidate for guilt."
Should Turvey be allowed to say that he's innocent then?
If Turvey feels that he's witnessed prosecutorial misconduct and a big cover-up, if that is actually the case and Turvey thinks he's witnessed it, and then it comes to fruition and we find out that that's most likely true, then that would make more sense. So there would be whether it's right or not, there would be a purpose behind it.
So Jesse, let's kind of take what you just said. Okay, so Cy-Ray pointed out that there was some prosecutorial misconduct.
Right.
Well, that's exact. Turvey said that as well. So you know what? There was two things out of line right there. So let's take the things out of line, and okay, now there's a little bit of credibility behind that.
I mean, yeah.
So now we know that for sure. So
right,
not that we didn't already.
Well, that's basically what I was saying. What Lana's saying here. If something does happen, that doesn't bode well for Turvey. But if nothing happens, Turvey looks like the right guy to me.
Yeah, and Turvey was whistleblowing in his opinion, which makes sense because Anne didn't tell anyone her plans, which we all have spoken about that before. Her trial strategy is only between her, Brian, and the other lawyers. Yeah, agreed. So again, I don't.
I think that's
don't even know
basically
what to say
what I
at that
was
point.
saying.
I
Right.
feel like if we just look at it on the surface level, like just look at it kind of for what it is. You've got Whitcomb that came out and wrote a book that gave us information that we didn't have before, mostly names, things like that. Yes, some things were incorrect or whatever. Turvey comes out after him, seems to be like whistleblowing, like was said, or calling things out. Now we've got to damage control coming out. Someone coming out, because Turvey didn't contradict his report, correct?
Cy didn't either.
No. Yes, he did.
No, he
Yes,
didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
You haven't
No, he
read the
didn't.
report.
I don't have to. I can tell you the exact problem.
Running a daycare, Diego.
I promise that you
contradicted his report. He
I'll,
was.
if you guys want to bet money right now, I'll read his report later and I'll tell you.
I've got a list. I've got graphic organizers over here of Cy's report, and to me, so just surface level.
In the interview he did.
It looks like damage control. It looks like Cy is coming out to protect law enforcement, which makes total sense because he's law enforcement.
Of course he's going to.
You know, whatever they did. I don't know. That's the way if you just look at what happened, for some reason, they're putting on this show for the public. And it's obviously to affect us, like affect the community that's like digging and digging and digging. They're like, oh my God, get these people to stop making FOIA requests. They're, or something like that. That's what's going on.
Would you like me to explain it?
They want it to stop, I think.
Would you like me to explain it? I don't have to read his report and I'll explain it to you.
Go for it.
Everything that he says is exculpatory is before 254 and after 448, right? Because that's when his phone was powered off between those two times.
Say that again.
Everything in his report is before 254 when Brian turned his phone off.
Yeah.
And after 448 when he turned his phone on.
Yes.
When did the crime happen?
According to him or for real?
Well, I mean, like, we at least know when the crime ended.
Wait.
Yeah. I know what you mean by that.
Dylan Mortensen is the only person to tell us the time of the crime. Let's just get that straight.
Bethany, too.
Well, Bethany kind of did it.
I also have.
Bethany didn't run around going pretty much at 4 a.m. Pretty much at 4 a.m. I saw a masked man and Dylan is the one that set the 4 a.m. time frame.
There's more than that.
At this point, anybody whose phone turned off or turned on in that area is a suspect. If you're going to go with that logic,
there's more to the story, though.
What story? What fucking story?
Anyways, back to the topic of conversation. Cy's report is about when the phone is turned on, not when it's turned off.
Correct.
So Brian Koberger could have driven to the house when the phone was turned off and killed people and drove away.
Oh, yes. I wanted to address that. So earlier you were talking about he committed the perfect crime. Okay. So he's such a genius. He has studied crime. He did his little survey. Do you think those experts, am I echoing?
I got
no,
it.
It's Moto, man.
It's Moto's phone. I forget to mute it. Go ahead.
Oh, so oh my God, no, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Brian and the perfect crime. So the criminals that answered his survey and everything he learned, drive your car, make sure you drive your own car to the crime, and don't ever go look for cameras because we're gonna pretend like he surveilled the area. He was surveilling that area, never noticed the glaring camera at the top of the door on 1112. And he learned to always take your phone with you and make sure you shut it off so it looks like, why not leave your phone on at home? Like, there's so many things that if you're going to say he's a genius in planning this and committed the perfect crime.
And your quote unquote alibi wouldn't be driving around and going to a park where no one,
Exactly. You would have an alibi somehow. Yeah.
Exactly. Come on.
Yeah. Those are just that's just what I
driving your own dang car around. Oh, come on.
maybe that's not Brian's car at the house. Maybe it wasn't on camera.
It is not Brian's car at the house. We know that.
We don't know that. We think that.
No, we know.
It could be not Brian's car and Brian still did it.
But it's not Brian.
And that's fine. You can think that.
Oh, stitches and twitches. Like, come on, buddy. What's gotten in you? Like, this is a little ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your opinion.
Yeah,
I'll take it. I don't care.
Fair enough.
I haven't said Brian did it. I just said it's possible.
Listen, anything's possible. Pigs could have fucking done this. That's possible. But I mean, at the same time, like, if you're Dylan could have done this. Is that possible?
Yeah. Is there evidence pointing that way?
Well, she was in the fucking house. We don't have any proof that Brian was in the fucking house.
You don't have to have proof he was in the house, though.
Proof that she's a fucking liar.
Like, I don't know.
That doesn't prove Brian didn't do it.
You know, there's an awful lot.
The problem is okay. There's nothing that proves Brian didn't do it, but there's nothing that proves he did either.
And that's the issue, is that the prosecution hasn't, like, we don't even have all of their expert reports and everything. Like, why did they decide to go backwards? Like, present your case.
No, the state's case is shit. Everybody's saying that. Everyone.
Okay, then don't indict somebody until you have a case.
I'm with you, and Sai's with you on that.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean Brian didn't do it, though.
But for
it doesn't really matter that he could have or might have, or is it? That's kind of, there's no point in pointing that out.
Let me ask a question real fast. Hold on.
I agree with you, Twiz. But
do you, Twiz, and like just between all of us, minus all the other shit, between friends, because remember that we're all friends here, okay? Do you think Brian did it, bro? Honestly, between just us, like without all the other bullshit, do you think he did it?
I still 100% don't believe the state's story.
I know that, but do you think he did it?
I don't know.
Do you think he was involved in it?
I respect that. Thank you, Astastic. I don't know what those are, but that's cool. Thank you.
Actually,
he has to be involved somehow with something.
Does he?
Why? Because he's involved, you mean?
Yeah, but I'm not saying, like, there's still easy ways you could frame him. Like, Size be like, oh, it'd be so impossible. No, it's not. It'd be really easy to do.
I agree with that, and I fully disagreed with him when he said that, because that was
he could have been MK. Like, there's some, like, people would be like, oh, Twiz is a guilt. No, I'm not. I'm just saying he looks far less innocent given the new information. Because maybe you guys don't understand the information.
No,
I've tried to be as clear as possible why I thought the alibi was legitimate and why he couldn't have been there.
That's extremely condescending, by the way.
That's fine.
What is?
I didn't even hear what she said. Kyle was talking.
What did you say, Sweet Pea?
I just said it sounds condescending when you say that we just don't understand.
Well,
it could be the truth, though. I don't think, like,
what way do you
I've talked about the cell phone data for a long time. I've tried to learn everything that I possibly could around it, right? Which is why I've been saying for a long time that we need the Loked board data to show where Brian was at 448. Sai has it.
Pause, because Chad has a good question, and it's a question I wanted to ask too, but the conversation moves forward so fast that we just miss it. Don't be hating said, what new information?
The Loked board data.
That's what he brought up in the custody queens hearing, which I'll be honest with you, I don't understand what that is, and I'm not going to lie and say I do. I don't. So.
No, and I totally get it, but the whole thing was with the alibi and the cell phone towers, like, if Sai was here right now and I could explain my thought process behind that, I guarantee you he would say it's possible. But I've also been saying we need the Loked board data the whole time. Well, the Loked board data isn't where it should be if the alibi in the park was remotely correct. It's also insane to even add the part about the park being where he was. It makes no sense to add that part in there.
So,
now, does that mean Brian Koberger is guilty? No. Does that mean he killed anybody? No. It just makes him look a lot less innocent.
It might mean he has ineffective assistance of counsel, because the way their alibi was presented was probably a bad idea right from the fucking start and never should have been presented that way.
It might be, but Sai's point is this, right? Brian had a pattern of driving to Moscow north of Highway. What number was it? 27 or whatever. The Moscow Pullman Highway, right?
Right.
Okay, so Brian's phone turns off at 2:54 at or around his apartment. He has a history of driving to Moscow north, not on the highway. And then his phone turns back on south of Moscow. All Sai is saying is that it's possible that he could have driven that way, gotten to the house, stabbed some people, left the sheath with his DNA on it, and then turned his phone back on afterwards.
Highly inappropriate for Sai to be suggesting that it's possible.
Amen.
It's not necessary for him to even be talking about that.
Yeah,
I'm going to speculate a little bit more. Clearly they were hiding the advanced timing data. They didn't want Sai to have access to it. Why?
He didn't need it though. That's kind of irrelevant.
Well, let me finish, because I believe that the reason they didn't want it presented is because it would probably demonstrate a history of Brian driving that route, his phone going off the network. And if that was the case, if he'd driven 10 times previously and his phone went off the network the exact same way, that whole cockamamie story about, oh, he turned off his phone, he must be guilty. I mean, this kind of narrative to me is such a tired, lazy narrative. And
yeah, but his phone didn't just disappear off the network. They have it powering off and powering back on.
Are you sure?
That's what Sai said.
Well, and it was stated.
Don't believe it. Like I don't care what people think. Don't believe it. That's fine. I believe it.
Mm-hmm. And that's fine. Everybody has differences of opinions. Lana says, "I love." Oh, go ahead, Kim. I'm sorry.
No, do that. That's more important. But I gotta go. So after that, I'd like to just say one last thing.
Yeah, of course. Lana said, real quick, I just love the discussion. I wish people would have actually done the work from the beginning and not just assumed anything in this case. But that's not what happened, and I get it. And thank you, Lana. God bless. I appreciate your generosity again, dear. Go ahead, Kim, with what you were saying.
Absolutely. I gotta go because it's dinner time over here. But Twiz, I love you. And I'm sorry I didn't say hello to everybody up here on the panel, but I was so excited. Twiz hasn't been up on a panel in so long. And we go way back. So hi, Jesse, Sweet Pea, Eddie, and Moto.
I'll take Lana's statement there a little further. There's a lot of people that are just adding bullshit to this case, and people believe it and they base their theories off of that bullshit later. There's a lot of problems with the YouTube community. There's a few reasons why I haven't been around much, and one of them is I'm tired of the bullshit.
Yeah. I get it. And there's a lot of it that has come out there that doesn't make any sense. A lot. And I've tried to debunk a lot. There's a lot of speculation, which I've done myself. But it's based on not understanding things too. So some of that. I'm not saying that it excuses all of it.
There are creators that people in this chat watch and believe wholeheartedly that create their own bullshit. 100% factually bullshit, and you believe it and you base your theories off of it later.
You're assuming things.
I don't think this community does that. We try very hard to just look.
I said people in chat.
Well, a lot of them, they're following Dago, they're following me, they're following Lana.
No, there's other, he's right though, there are other creators that
and I also said the YouTube community, not you guys.
Yes,
there's some that I've seen. We've talked about it, you guys. We know who I'm probably talking about.
Yes, we know, we do know.
Yeah,
Ben definitely knows one of the persons I'm talking about.
I have a question.
Wait, before Jesse's question, I just want to say, Twiz, I understand you wholeheartedly. I call it cat herding.
That's a good way to put it, actually, because it does work and it does happen. There's things that have been put out that I have almost quit YouTube that I've seen that don't make any fucking sense, and they're just coming out of nowhere with it. So, she does it a lot. I'm just gonna say that, and it is what it is, and you can't do anything to make people believe it or not believe it. But it happens a lot. So, can you hear Eddie?
Yeah, Kim jumped down and then suddenly
I figured as
hear.
much. That's why Twiz and you both.
Every time somebody jumps down, I stop hearing somebody on panel.
It happens every time now with StreamYard. I don't know why.
Are you on a phone, Twiz?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like that's what happened to me, and so like I had to absolutely switch to. If you have a laptop, it's better, or like a computer, because
Yeah, I was on it earlier. I just don't have my mic with me, so.
Yeah, because like if
I think it's a phone thing. Yeah,
it's a phone
it could be.
If it
StreamYard
happens-
sucks.
Yeah, StreamYard's bad. I agree with you. But anyway, well, shit. We didn't even get into what I was going to get into today. I don't even know how this started. I guess I'll save it for tomorrow then.
It all started because Sarge was here.
Oh, is that?
Yeah. Just kidding. It's Jesse's fault.
I know. It's all good. Again, it's okay to have these conversations, folks, and disagree about things. It doesn't mean that somebody's a bad person. It doesn't mean that the person's doing it to be a bad person. It doesn't mean we just have very strong. This is the way I've always seen this. Okay. We all have especially in this case, very strong feelings about the things that we have our feelings about. Okay. We all have a lot of passion in this, especially the people that have been here from day one. Not saying that the ones that haven't don't, but there's a lot of us that have been here for going on fucking 4 years that are just over all of the ignorance that the state has presented, that they're not suffering anything for. They're not being punished for, I guess, for lack of better terms. And they're still going that direction, getting away with it day after day, all the propaganda bullshit. And then we have all these people that have come forth recently. There's 2 more documentaries coming out within the next few days. Okay, those are going to play more into this. Just be ready for it. We were told that one of them is going to be an opposition to what we've been seeing as a hit piece. Fingers crossed, but I don't have faith in that, and that'd be great, but we'll see. And then the other one, I'm sure, is going to be another hit piece. Hey, Christy, good to see you, dear. So at some point, it is healthy to debate these things, folks. Okay, it truly is. We can't just look at it one way, and I'm not saying we're doing that, but we got to have our mind open to all options. Okay, and that's how I've always tried to do this. At the same time, I have my strong feelings on certain things too that are probably not going to be able to be changed. Sai himself, and I took that personal. In his interview, said there's some things that I'm pretty positive that nobody has seen yet, that if you did see them, they would probably change your mind. That I took that personal because I want to know, why do you think that there's something out there that exists that would change my mind?
That's what every bad actor's been saying about every case going on right now.
They're assuming things.
Well, and I get that.
Jesse.
I get that. But it made me curious, though. Is that true? Or is it just something you're saying like you guys are just saying? You know what I mean?
Diego, if I can speak on that, the simple fact is if they have to hide behind some sort of evidence that they are not, supposedly allowed to show the public and that hasn't been disclosed to us, the problem is they're hiding behind that. That's how I feel about it anyways. If it gets disclosed, if something gets disclosed later and it gets disclosed naturally and it changes our mind, then you know what, so be it. But as of right now, for somebody to get up there and then say, oh, well, you haven't seen what I've had, but you know what, we can't see what you've seen. And every single person keeps saying this, but
right.
How are we to, like,
I understand.
How do you take it at face value? Because it just seems like the excuse throughout this entire case. Oh, no, you can't see this. Oh, no, you can't see this. Well, you know what? If you want to prove to me that he's guilty, show me the fuck. Show it to me. I want to see
and
it.
I wish, I agree with that. I wish they could.
Right? I mean, because at least we'd have something tangible to go off of. We wouldn't be, we're not just saying,
let's say
hey,
Brian
I
did do it.
bro.
What hard evidence do you need?
Honestly,
means, motive, and opportunity.
Yeah, exactly.
I would need to see a lot more than what we've seen, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Thank you, Wanda. God
Everything
bless.
that we've seen, there's a lot of reasonable doubt, and you can't say that knife sheath was necessarily always there. You cannot. It's a movable object. Okay, you put DNA on a doorknob, or a door, or a door frame, what have you. Okay, I'm in 100%. A movable object that can be transported or placed from another from another person, like that doesn't that's
I could transfer your DNA on a doorknob. It doesn't mean that you were there.
Sure.
I mean,
but you know what? That would
I
make
think
him,
like people are like, Cy says that he
would make
thinks
him
that Brian is guilty due to a couple of like a bunch of evidence pointing Brian's direction.
But you
that
know
doesn't
what?
mean that he's guilty. That just is what Cy thinks.
Yeah, but
it's not that serious.
Transfer DNA on a doorknob is much more tangible than transfer DNA on a movable object that could be placed there by somebody else.
Let me
completely different location.
Speaking of that, let me ask you real quick, Twiz. There's something I was going to ask earlier, but things got too chaotic. Did you watch the full interview with the custody queens?
Yeah, I'm gonna rewatch it again because there are certain parts that I didn't hear like completely, but
I had to watch it a couple of times to catch it all.
I got there like 20 minutes late, and then I started it over and just put it at like 1.5 speed or something and got caught up eventually.
No, right. It makes sense. But he did make a statement. Oh fuck, don't let me lose it now. He said, oh my God. I just had it on the tip of my tongue, and I meant to ask you this like 2 hours ago, and I forgot it then too. It was a statement he made about shit. It wasn't DNA, it was something else that he said. Lana said something that reminded me about it too. Hold on. Go ahead if you guys are talking about. I'll figure it out.
Well, I was like, I just wanted to kind of go over those key findings of Cy's report. Where he says the cell phone geolocation reports provided by the state in this investigation are intentionally misleading, flagged with omitted exculpatory evidence, and could not be relied upon in the slightest degree.
Right.
The absence of work product can only be attributed to one of two things: overwhelming incompetent analysis or intentional concealment to hide exculpatory evidence. Mr. Koberger's AT&T records provide significant detail as it relates to his geolocation pattern of life. The state's investigation is completely void of these patterns. I can find no reference to Mr. Koberger's pattern of life in any report, despite demanding 6 months of AT&T records to establish such a pattern. The reason for this is clear to this investigator, as the pattern of life is tremendously exculpatory for Mr. Koberger. His routinely drives in random locations late at night and early morning, his consistent cycling the power on his phone on and off at different times, and his geolocation patterns are chaotic. Random travel patterns are normal. So, I mean, he says all that everything that they said cannot be relied upon.
Right.
And that flies in the face of powering his phone off.
Correct.
It really doesn't, but
what do you mean, Jesse?
Oh, go ahead.
In what way, Jesse? Hold on.
Because I think that's always been in question, right? Is his phone disconnected from the network? Did he actually turn it off himself, or did it just disconnect from the network? That we've always been trying to figure that out. And
Cy said flat out it's powered off. Steve said it was powered off at 100% battery earlier.
He said that they were doing that based on the Cellbrite report that we can't see.
Well, and not only that, he made reference to the Cellbrite data from the Karen Reed case.
Yeah.
And what we certainly saw in the Karen Reed case is the experts will just come out and lie. I mean, the Cellbrite experts, in my opinion, just came out and flat out lied. And several state experts, and probably defense experts too, just came out and just lied their faces off. And it was so blatantly obvious. And Cellbrite, I would never trust another Cellbrite report again. For one thing, the initial report says there's a Google search at 2 a.m., how long to die in the cold. Now, then they get it. Then they go back and try and frame it so it happened at 6 a.m. instead. Well, they use Cellbrite to put people in jail. How often do they relitigate the initial results? The initial results are always good enough, but in this case, it didn't work for the state, so they relitigated it and tried to reframe it as 6 a.m. To me, that comes across as very dishonest. So I don't.
Is
I
that
don't
the
trust-
expert's opinion or a problem with Celebrate?
Well, we don't know. They have experts that come into court and testify to something that we can't be sure of, but it sure sounds like absolute bullshit. And like I said,
No, again, is it a problem with Celebrate or the expert's opinion of what the Celebrate says?
both. I think the company is not credible, and the experts testifying in court are not credible. That's my opinion.
You mean them?
You could be right on that.
I believe that.
I agree.
As far as Celebrate goes, I believe that they're
and when he used that as
unreliable
an example, then he used that as his example. I was already like, okay.
Yeah,
well,
I mean that's kind of like citing JFK as in the Kennedy assassination. This is
there
how
are way bigger issues with what Ray said about the Celebrate report and the Karen Reed case than what you're talking about right now. By the way, because there's another company, I can't remember what company it is, but that other company does the same thing as Celebrate, and it said that search happened at 2:28 or whatever the time was.
I was trying to
and
think
Celebrate
of
changed their program afterwards, so that would never happen again.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it, but I was going to point that out to you. I can't remember the other company.
But isn't that my point? That they came in and they had experts from Celebrate. They had a Canadian guy with a Scottish accent testifying that this happened at 6:26 a.m.
Right, and that's why we shouldn't just blindly follow what experts say. That was kind of my point earlier.
And
it's just an expert's opinion of what the data is. That's what that is.
I'm definitely not going to say that his phone was manually shut on and off.
Well, they kept saying they said that Cy said that he was known to do that cycling his phone repeatedly.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I just read. Can you scroll down, Dago? It was like at the very end of the report. He just had like those key findings, and that it just kind of explains those things. But
somebody asked me to pull it up, so I did. I didn't know why, but I'm glad I did.
I thought that was why. I don't know. I was.
Wait, did I pass it? No, hold on.
It's just like the summary at the very end, I guess. Maybe.
Yeah, it's his final. The final consensus or whatever you call it. 1 minute. It is long. Just a minute. Sorry. No. There's a lot of other shit in here that makes.
Yeah, you need to read this if you actually. I mean, we went through all of these pages before.
There's a lot in here, yeah.
Exactly. Time. Moment by moment.
One of the big things he points out as I'm getting to this point, the drive time shit is a joke. Like there's things that were calculated in here that you can't even drive over. You know what I'm saying? There's nowhere to drive to test it. So
I bet you that's that map in the freaking PCA because I said that a long time ago. It looks like Santa's sleigh because there's no way to drive across that wheat field.
Exactly.
They manipulated the data.
But I want you guys to understand this report you're refuting the state's report. That doesn't mean Brian is innocent. Nothing in that report is going to say Brian didn't commit the crime.
But
it's just saying that everything that the state is saying isn't true.
I don't think we're here to advocate for Brian Koberger. We're here to advocate for uncovering what they're covering up.
Right.
I do agree with that because
And
that's always.
But my time advocating for anything has come to an end because my ass hurts from sitting in this chair for too long, and it's 5 a.m. So I'm going to let you guys go. But thank you for having me, Diego. Thank you for having interesting conversations, everybody. Great to see you again, Eddie and Quiz and Moto Man and Sweet Pea. Good night, all.
Take care, and you two are gonna have to jump down and jump back up. You know that, just so you know. All right.
I read like 1 through 3 already.
Okay. Investigators relied heavily on inaccurate analysis to establish probable cause in nearly every search warrant affidavit issued to secure evidence against Mr. Koberger. These inaccuracies are to such an extent. You got to do it too, Eddie. Or are you good? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. So wait, say something real quick. See if he can hear you.
Yo.
Can you hear him, Eddie?
No. I better jump down.
Go ahead. I figured it was good. I don't understand this shit. They need to get their shit right. Anyway, back to where any geolocation subject matter expert would immediately recognize them. These inaccuracies are so extreme that they are beyond accidental oversight. It is my opinion investigators in this investigation intentionally omitted critical findings repeatedly and intentionally. Uh-oh, I got somebody else back here. Oh, Twiz again. Okay.
I just went down when Eddie did, just in case.
Just in case, I got you. Can you guys both hear each other and all of us?
Yeah, I got everybody now.
Okay, cool. Or shit, where was that? Repeatedly and intentionally misled the court and concealed exculpatory evidence. As a subject matter expert in this field who has testified over 100 times as a state witness on behalf of the prosecution, I've never seen such deviation from established standards and best practices by a subject matter expert as what I've seen with Special Agent Balance final cast report. This report was peer reviewed by Special Agent Kennedy. The idea that both qualified and competent subject matter experts missed these errors is inconceivable. There is substantial justification to believe the errors noted in this report are intentional and a complete manipulation of data to support false statements needed to establish probable cause to obtain search warrants against Mr. Koberger. Okay, now I want to freeze and ask a question because this is what the debate today has been about. And I'm not in the middle of this. I'm just trying to make sure everybody's okay with each other with it. Okay, but I do have an issue with this. Does everybody believe this right here, this statement that Cy made?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I agree that it was obvious that the two agents that were doing their part of this completely and totally fucked this up on purpose.
100%. Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Okay, so we all agree on this, that Cy is right on this. I agree with that, okay? I just want to make sure that that's clarified. It is justified to believe critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by investigators. This would include Mr. Koberger's AT&T timing data and case report, or I'm sorry, and other case reports. State of Idaho versus BK. I'm sorry, let me move down. That was it? Geolocation data that would be sought as a standard operating procedure, yet somehow was overlooked in this investigation. The absence of this data in an investigation of this nature with the resources available to investigators is beyond unusual. It is simply inconceivable. This concludes my findings. So, just to clarify all of this today, okay? The biggest issue here that everybody has, most of you, I believe Cy's summary, okay? From what I'm gathering. And that what he's saying is correct, which I do too. Except for the fact that he's saying that he believes personally that Brian was the one that did this. That's where everybody's getting a little upset about it. And I agree, because I don't believe that Brian did it either. But
he's not saying
that whole report was saying that what the state did was wrong, correct?
Exactly. Yes. That's the point that I'm making with it.
Brian could have still committed the crime.
And that is, again, that's his opinion. That's your opinion, as well as his opinion. Anything's possible, yes. I just don't see it based on the evidence, is all I've said.
No, I'm with you. Like, people have been like, oh, Twiz is a guilty. No, I'm not. All I'm saying is that why, let's just say Brian Koberger is completely innocent. Why is that alibi such shit? And why even add the wobble wipe part in? It doesn't make any sense.
Why did they even
say they're being vague? They're not saying he was at Wawawe Park.
Yeah.
Well,
it's irrelevant to an alibi of the time of the crime. That's what an alibi is.
Right. My question is why did they have to put the alibi out to begin with? They didn't have to do that.
That's true.
So why did it happen?
And I think it's because that's just what it was.
I don't understand that part of it.
If you're
I never
driving
did.
around, and that's
like if you were leaving the park, you wouldn't end up where he was. Like, they knew exactly where he was at 4:48 when that alibi was written. They knew. Ann knew. Cy knew. Why add that part in?
It's not. If your phone's cycling, not
I
getting
feel like
service,
the defense was being purposefully vague about the alibi because they don't want to be specific, because they know that what the state is going to do then is take whatever they say and ensure that the evidence around that, there's something out there that would corroborate his alibi. Who knows what it is, but the state would manipulate that too and deny them by, fraud and manipulation, the ability to have success with it.
I agree with that. And go ahead, Sweet Pea, with what you were saying. And I know you probably weren't done. It's hard. You're really soft spoken. It's hard to hear you. It's
was
okay.
Was she talking and then I couldn't hear her?
Maybe she was talking. So I don't know if you heard her or didn't.
No, I can't hear her.
I'm sorry. I need to get maybe.
I have you. I think I have you turned up, but hang on. He has all them problems with his phone too. So with the thing, I'm gonna turn you up anyway. Can say something.
Hello.
Okay, now I can hear you good. Go ahead.
I don't even remember. You know what? I don't even remember what I was saying now. At this point, sorry.
It'll come back. So.
Well, I know. I remember. It was about the alibi, and it's basically. And now I just read it in the chat, and that's why it reminded me. It's exactly what Jesse Lynn said. The prosecution made him have an alibi, and the only alibi he had was that he was out driving around. He never once said he was at the park or stargazing, and added that in. The prosecution and the judge made him have the alibi. We do not remember this was this way in the beginning.
Right.
Well, they can't compel him to have an alibi. It's if he was going to use one, then he had to give it. That's a little different.
I thought that the state of Idaho, you didn't have to have an alibi on the defense. Isn't that how that was?
Well, they
had to provide it if they were going to use it at trial.
Okay.
Which he was going to his alibi that he was out driving around, which is exactly what Cy says.
Which is true based on
that's it. That's basic. So his alibi matches what he says.
So then Ann added in the Wawa Park shit at the end of it.
Right.
Because that's what he likes to do on a regular basis and not necessarily.
Yeah, but where he was at 448, it's like there's no point in adding that because it's not possible.
Because he wasn't there. Okay.
Even if you were returning from the park, right, and drove through Lewiston back up that loop, you wouldn't be where he was. There's no connection here. There's no reason to add that.
I got it. I wonder if she was just trying to make it stronger by adding that, possibly. But then it turned, she would have. You're saying she knew that wasn't true, right?
She would have had to. And not only that, the alibi says he was south of Pullman, west of Moscow, and Cy is saying he was directly south of Moscow. There's issues with it.
Okay.
Now, again, could he still be innocent? Yes, he could. Could he be guilty? Yes, he could.
I want to say that they required him to have an alibi, and when they had to ask him a million times for an alibi.
The prosecutor did, yeah.
That. So,
you can't force a defendant to talk, though. That's the Fifth Amendment.
In Idaho law, I'm pretty sure that because they made him come up with that, and when that was what he came up with, he was like, "Well, I was driving around. I don't know what to tell you."
They were forcing that, if I remember right. But again, you can't.
It's if they were going to use it at trial. The Idaho law says that if you are going to use alibi,
they were going to use the alibi because they were using Cy Ray, who says that he was out driving around.
That was before he came on board, though. The alibi thing, if you remember. Well,
no, it was after. But either way, the alibi, like if it can only be when his phone is powered on, right? It's not really an alibi.
No, I know what you mean by that, but I could have swore to God it was before. Maybe I don't remember anymore.
He was forced to make the alibi or to come.
Remember, they kept pushing it. Yeah, so obviously she was going to use it. It was in the document.
She was going to use it, yeah.
Okay, then that's why they forced it like that. Now I don't know. When was the alibi submitted? It's unlikely Ann had any information, if was early enough in the trial, she likely still. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that then because I don't remember. It's been so damn long.
Dago, it just
Yes.
feels like there's some cat and mouse about this alibi. It feels like the state knows exactly Brian Koberger's situation that night. They know exactly where he was, and the defense knows that they know. Of course, the state is acting like they don't know, and whatever Ann does about the alibi, the state has a way to undo it. That's the way this feels.
You couldn't undo it though.
What do you mean?
Like the data would be the data.
There's like a federal witness.
You mean to change it, like to prove that it's not true? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. It's hard to know what, because again, like everything else in this case, the state has taken all the facts around what happened that night, and they have hid them and discarded them and exchanged them with all of these lies, and that's why we're so frustrated. We're trying to make sense of these lies,
right?
And there's something about the alibi that fits that same pattern. That's all I'm saying.
I think I understand you. I get it. It is frustrating. I think all of us are frustrated beyond anything because of I fully agree with that, Eddie. The lying that everybody's lied. Everybody has lied, and it's insane.
They know he didn't do it too. He didn't do it.
And that's what I've always, my take on it. I don't see anything in any way, form, fashion, any way at all that tells me Brian Koberger did anything. Okay. That's my problem with this whole thing now. I just don't see it. Even the DNA, I don't trust that now based on the other things we've learned about it. It doesn't make sense to me. So therefore, in my opinion, that was the only thing that I was even slightly bothered by was the DNA. Everything else is bullshit as far as I'm concerned. So that's my biggest problem with it. And everybody has their opinion.
Bullshit.
What'd you say, hon?
And then we did find out that was bullshit.
Right. So everybody has their opinions. I fully respect that. It's just where some of us have difference of opinion. And that's just how it's going to be no matter what until it's proven different. And I'm good with that. I'm just not deviating me from what I think or what I feel. I said this a long time ago. Almost 4 years ago, I said this. For half of that time, I sat on the fence waiting to see if they were going to prove it. And then at some point, they never did. And I had to bounce over to the fully innocent side just because that's how I felt. If they come forward with something ever, because if this were to get appealed and it does go to trial, so on and so forth, it is what it is. And they can prove that he did it, then damn it, hang the man. Okay? That's all I'm saying. But
what proof do you need, though?
Anything, because at this point, nothing shows me that Brian was anywhere near that place, in that house, around them. There's no, and I'm just basing it off of the fact that there's absolutely, and they even said it, the investigators themselves said, believe me, we really wanted to be able to find a connection, but there's nothing. They said that themselves. Okay.
I don't think there's ever going to be solid proof either way.
That's the problem. That's my whole issue with this. Thompson himself said, I cannot put him in the house. The phone shit we know is a bunch of garble. It's crazy because of who they had with the barnyard people is who I'm talking about, the experts on that aspect. So I don't see anything that proves Brian was there ever. It's hard for me to accept that he could have been based on what we have. Now, like I said, if they were to come forward with, and I said this a long time ago, we know they're never going to have this. It's not there. Okay. A video watching Brian come out of the house covered in blood, we have a different story. And I'll go at him myself, but that's never going to happen. So my other big problem is this one guy. These are 4 young people. One of them is a massive athletic type kid, which I get it. He was kind of out of it, whatever. That's fine. But one person, their theory at least, one person did this in the period of time they said with one knife. I can't. My mind will not let me process that as a reality.
I'm with you there, but again, the state's story is shit.
I know. You're right, and that's why.
I think what the state is saying is they got the right guy. They just don't know how he did it, or they can't prove it, and that's what Cy is saying.
And that's what my
problem just opinions.
I know you're right. I get it. I just want to see in my mind, I need some kind of closure on. I want to see if it is the right guy. I want to see the right story, I guess. And you're right. We'll never see it. Okay, we never will see it.
If he was involved, I would say there's more than one, and maybe he was just the driver. Possible.
If that's the case, let me ask you a question though. A lot of people are saying that now. If Brian Koberger was just a driver, okay, wherever he was, he wasn't there. I don't think. I think they were on foot. I think they were dropped off. They went in, did it, came back out, and headed down the stairs, possibly up onto Wilena. Maybe whoever had him picked him up there. But if he did that, Twiz, let me ask you this: if he was just the driver, just like if you were in a bank robbery, okay, and there's 5 people involved, and all you did was drive the car, you're an accessory to the fact. Why wouldn't he just say that? All I did was drive the car. I didn't do this, and roll over on the rest of it.
Well, snitches get stitches, and let's just say at appeal or whatever, it comes out that he can go free, right?
Okay.
Then he's off free. If he admits to being the driver, then he gets charged with that. Maybe it's like 5-10 years in prison or something, but
yeah, but what if he comes back and says, listen, they asked me to give him a ride or to pick him up at this time. I had no idea what the fuck they were doing.
I would say he should have done that a long time ago if it's true.
That's what my point is. Like, that would have been such an easy out, in my opinion, but they didn't. And that's what I'm saying. There's something else to this.
If they did it, but I gotta say, if he was the driver and it was his car, there would have been DNA in his car. Well, no,
wasn't his car.
Said, well, I know that, but that's what he said.
Right. No, I get you. If he was the driver, yeah, the only way that would make any sense is if he was driving somebody else's vehicle. But there,
or maybe he drove them and he knew it was going to happen and he did MacGyver his car.
I don't know, man.
There's so many possibilities.
I mean, I guess it just doesn't fit for me. That's all.
There was nothing in his car at all. And that's so hard to believe that, as gruesome as that was, that there would be nothing in his car.
I agree with that one. Chris Tatt says he wasn't the driver. He was their staging expert. That's a new version of that. Interesting. I mean, it does make sense, Chris. It could make sense, but why, again, I'm sorry. I can't go with the whole snitches get stitches thing.
Me either.
If you know that you know you didn't do something, you know you can get protection in some aspects because of this, okay? You tell them what it is. I would think, especially somebody in his circumstance, but he never did. So
maybe he wants to go down for it.
Like,
do you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk?
At this point, no.
But he seems to be okay with being locked up for it.
At least not with what I know what you're saying, because I've said this before too. There's other options that go along with this in the background as to why he would want to go down for it. There's other things that are playing around back there that, we don't know. I have other thoughts, but I'm not ready to accept those, I should say, because there's not enough valid information.
I mean, it's not like Brian said that he did it either. He pled guilty because he was not going to get a fair trial anyway.
That's a big thing. Now, there's been other people that have said things that sound like they're conspiracy theories, that maybe Brian wanted to get inside prison. Maybe Brian he was involved in something else that made him want to be doing what he's doing. I don't know. I'm not going to claim to say that that's true or even go there with it, because I don't know, you guys. We don't know any of that kind of stuff. A lot of people think that stuff, and it's okay to speculate and think that because of what we've seen. I get it. I'm not going to completely dismiss it at this point, because there's no way to prove yay or nay on it. So it would be weird if he did it like this, for sure, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense. But I don't know. I don't know.
I think if he was actually, I don't know. I feel like he would have said something.
Yeah, in my opinion, and you guys know what I feel. He didn't know. Okay, he wasn't. He had nothing to do with this. I do question certain things about, was he working something possibly? Is that how he got involved in this? I'm still on that plateau. I'm still thinking on that. that he was doing some kind of undercover, for lack of better terms, work, possibly. So I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I that could be way the fuck out there and off, and I'm okay. Fine. I'm just trying to make things make sense to me. That's all.
Oh,
and at the end,
yeah. There was somebody in this chat that said his car was only clean of victim DNA. His car wasn't clean, and that's exactly right. It wasn't like his car was freshly detailed or anything like that.
No, they lied about all that.
But it still wasn't.
Yeah, they said that he was cleaning his car with bleach.
And he had Band-Aids in there. He had Band-Aids in there and all kinds of stuff. And he was cleaning his car because he was just on a road trip with his, like, across the country. But of course your car is going to be gross.
Yeah, for sure. But they even said that wasn't true. So that being
well, the
said,
state story is shit. That doesn't mean that he's innocent.
It goes back to that for sure.
And it definitely, their narrative shows that he's not guilty by reasonable doubt.
That doesn't mean that he didn't do it, though.
It doesn't mean that he did.
No one's saying that it did.
I mean, there's nothing.
But people seem to be up in arms, with Cy being like, well, I think he's guilty. Okay. He can think that.
I don't think anybody really cares at this point about what's
that's good.
Yeah, I don't think that's the problem, because honestly, if you read his report speaks exactly what he feels. And he knows that it was messed up, and he knows that what they said was wrong.
Yeah. His whole report is about what the state's saying, not whether Brian did it or not.
Right, but the state is the one that is saying that that's his car and that he did these things, when we know that it's not, because he proves that those are not those things.
Well, he proves that what the state is saying about his car and movements is wrong.
Their case, right.
Not the whole case, just that part. The whole case might be wrong. That's just not what Cy can say.
Case.
What I'm curious to see is who, if at all, is going to come forth to prove that the state's case was bullshit. That's what I want to see. Because the case is lit. Go ahead.
I just said somebody needs to.
I fully agree. That's why we still sit here and talk about this, because regardless of Brian's situation, it still needs to be proven that this was absolute bullshit. And there's got to be accountability for it. That's the biggest point.
For sure. Even if he did do it.
I mean, he doesn't have to prove that he didn't do it. They can't. Everything that the state was going to present has been proven wrong.
Right. That's the whole point. At this point now, and
not everything.
What do you mean?
Like, it hasn't been proven that it's not his DNA.
Not completely, no. But there's other things that point to other options with the DNA.
But we know that they weren't even going to be able to use any of that.
But they weren't going to be able to use the IgG.
They weren't going to use the IgG stuff.
Right. Which is how they allegedly got to him.
Wow, that's another question I have.
In trial, they weren't going to use it, so it's kind of irrelevant for the trial period.
Which is also wrong, because the way they got to him is they can't even say how they did. So then none of that should have been admitted anyway.
When you have a judge telling both sides that make up a lie to explain that away, there's the other side of the problem again. So anyway.
No, I mean, there's lots of issues. For sure.
That's what I'm saying is I want to see. And I don't understand why the DOJ has not done anything with this, because I know I'm not the only person that has sent something off to them. Many people have, and nobody's doing any. Well, at least that we know of on the surface. For all we know, they could be looking into it. I don't know, but they need to.
I mean, with everything, there's enough doubt with that stupid knife sheath and with that DNA. There is. I mean,
I agree, and I believe that the knife sheath. I agree, and I feel, I should say, in my opinion, that was planted. It was placed, as Ann said. I fully believe that, and I have for a long time, but even stronger now, that it was, because of the other stuff we've learned. and all of that with the DNA. So that's a big issue for me. That's truly the only thing that ever had me even second guessing what he did, whether he did or didn't, is that damn DNA. That's what my question was going to be, Twiz, to you. I just remembered it. Did you hear when he says, and I'm going to have to shut this down here like pretty soon, but I don't want to start a whole thing again. But I did want your opinion when he stated that this was not, these were his words in the interview. This was not just some trace DNA. This was a large amount of DNA that was all over the thing. That's basically how he put it in his words, if I remember correctly. And that like blew me back completely because we know, and it's been told for years, that it is only trace DNA or touch or whatever the hell he was calling it.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really nice to know how or why Cy thinks that, you know?
That's my point. And that's what I was wondering your thoughts on too. So yeah.
Like I would have asked Turvey and Cy that question. How do you know that? You're not a DNA expert. Who'd you talk to? What report did you see? How do you know that?
Bingo. And I hope to God, if you're still in here, Lana, if you're going to do this interview, please ask these questions. Please. Because this is what we need to know. Okay? Why are you saying this? What made you believe this? And we can't have, no disrespect intended, but we can't have no beat around the bush answers to these questions. Answer the fucking question directly, the same way you directly said what you said. That's all I'm saying. If you're going to make a statement, then you need to stand behind that statement and explain why. That's it. And any statement made in that aspect needs to be followed with a fucking follow-up question to say how and why. That's what we need.
I think he proved, though, that he has not looked beyond just what just the car stuff.
And he needs to then. If you're going to make other statements, Sweet Pea, you're right. If you're going to make statements like, and Twiz said this earlier too, if you're going to step out of your wheelhouse and make a statement about this, or that, tell us why you're saying it then and show us why. Tell us where we can find that answer. I don't think that's out of the realm of being unreliable or unreasonable at all.
No, it's very reasonable. There's stuff that he probably can't show us and won't, and people seem to freak out about that. But
I know that, of course.
Showing stuff that you're not supposed, or not showing stuff you're not supposed to, is supposed to be like a good thing for experts, you know?
Yeah, right. I get that too. But figure, at least explain to us why you're saying what you're saying. That's all.
And I'm just sick, again, like we had said even before Cy Ray came out, I'm sick of the trust me, bro bullshit.
Yeah, we're beyond that. Like way
and
beyond that.
And that's exactly what he's doing here. He is just repeating again what he heard his cop buddies talk about, and he's going to trust them because that's what he's there to do.
Right. That's right. And what SRB just said. If he was so damn guilty, why have they not been able to show how and why? For 4 years, they have not been able to show us how or why that they. I mean, Bill Thompson at the end of the damn thing read basically the fucking PCA and added a few things to it, which doesn't exist. After that man himself said, this is irrelevant to the case. That's not the answer. That's not going to, it just doesn't work for me. So, that being said, you guys, I've had you here way too long. It's like 4 hours and 15 minutes into this, so I'm going to have to let you go. Thank you guys again for joining me, Twiz. It was good to have you back. I appreciate you. Before we do, any last thought? I know what you're going to say is your last thought, Twiz. But any last thoughts from all of you guys? Sweet Pea?
Free Brian.
And Eddie, any last thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I agree. Free Brian. But I never got a chance to answer Jesse Schul's question at the very beginning of the show. And my answer is I agree with what he said. And furthermore, I don't understand how it would get such a cold reception that he described. He said he got a lot of hate, shade thrown at him for saying that on different channels. And I don't see.
It is a little confusing. I agree.
Yeah, I don't see how that could be. He's pretty, on point with that. And if no one recalls what he said, it took them more than a sentence to say it, so you'd have to replay and rewatch that portion. But that's what I'm referring to. But anyway, thanks again for having me up.
No, thank you for joining us today. And I guess.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you.
Thanks,
Twiz. Yes. Any last thoughts, Twiz?
I got a lot of them, but I guess the short story is watch what you listen to, watch what you believe, keep your mind open to new information and possibilities. There's a lot of just straight up bullshit being spread around that people believe, and it's an issue.
It's a good point. It is. Well, thank you again. It's good to see you back again.
You have my number too. All you people are like, "Where's Twiz at?" If you want to talk to me, you can.
I just didn't know. Like,
everyone can get in contact with me.
Some people, when they walk away from stuff like this, they don't want to be bothered. And I didn't know, what was going on, if you had other issues, personal or whatever. But I'm glad to see you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm still around. Like, there wasn't a lot of stuff that was pertinent for a while.
Right.
I've been waiting for that Psy interview.
Yeah. A lot of people were.
But I'm around. You can always message me.
Absolutely. Well, we know that now, and we'll go forward with that thought process. And again, thank you all for joining us. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
I do want to say in response to that about about listening to the bullshit. Definitely just read the documents. You don't need to listen to anything else, but read the documents.
Say the last part of what you said, Sweet Pea. I'm sorry. My wife just walked in.
So I couldn't hear anything that she just said because Eddie went down.
Say the last part of what you said, Sweet Pea. I'm sorry. Can you hear me, Sweet Pea?
Yeah, I just said that instead of to just piggyback off of what Twiz said was that we just need to read the documents and just stick with the documents because that's what we know. And then, I mean, as far as that goes, as far as with the
that's all we got too.
As far as the experts go, I should say.
Right. Yep. Read the docs, guys. That's the best thing we can do. And I know before anybody says it that even those are not fully trustworthy. I get it, but what else do we have? I say it all the time. We really don't have anything else that we could look to rely on to anything. So that's it. That's our choice. And we have to stick to that, unfortunately, and hope that it's real, that it's right, that it's true to form. So that's all I can say. That being said, again, good point. Sweet Pea, thank you again. Twiz, Eddie, all you guys, Jesse, Tomboy, everybody that joined us. I appreciate you guys so very much. It turned out to be a very interesting show. Again, I will touch on the points I was supposed to tomorrow. We'll be live tonight, I believe, with Crimes After Dark, if anybody's interested in that. And if not, I'll see you here tomorrow, and we'll actually do what I was going to do today. So have a great night, folks. Love to you all. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you to my moderators for being who you are. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And truly and honestly, like I said, don't change a thing. You guys truly are the beautiful people, and this is what I love about you. You being you. See you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
The coffee's cold, the final stage.